Hello? What the fuck? Um, um, shit. Okay. Guys. Yeah. Assuming you guys can hear me, right? Could you hear me before? Could you hear me now? Could you see me? Guys. Okay, hold on, wait. I need my phone, wait. I'm so irritated, guys. You have no idea. Wait, what? No. So I'm okay. I'm so sorry. All right. Okay. Hello. Hi. Guys. I'm so fucking irritated. I swear to God. I'm so irritated. I don't know why I woke up so fucking. Let me. Sad. Ooh, sad. Listen. I woke up late today, right? Me levanté con piquiña así en el culo. I woke up really, like, you know, feeling all right, whatnot. I woke up fucking late, by the way. Again. I woke up late again, so I literally rushed to my PC because I thought, bro, I wanted to stream at 2 p.m. today, but and then on top of that, somebody, a little devil, decides to leave me a little surprise in my fucking room. Guess who had to clean up some shit before I started streaming? And then I started stream. I didn't know. I didn't have it on the fucking starting soon page, so that's my bad. I'm so sorry you guys had to see that. I was meditating and doing my I was doing my daily satanic praying. So I'm so sorry about that. You guys didn't have to see that. Anyways, I was taking my meds and taking care of Ellie, and now I'm here. But before I even did anything for stream today, oh my God, why? There we go. Before I did anything, I was trying to fix sound alerts because it wasn't working yesterday, and it's not working today, and I don't know why it's not working, and it's not working. It's not working. I tried to fix this shit the same way with the instructions 2 fucking times, and then after that I was like, you know what, let me just do a new browser source because maybe that'll fix it, right? Psych. Fucking psych. It's still not fucking working. So can we do a refund for everybody who's had use the sound alerts, please, because it's not fair and the shit's not working, and I don't think I don't think I can fix it today, or right now. Actually, I'm not gonna fix it right now. I'll fix it another time. Another thing is I also forgot to fix the chat. I don't know why it's doing that, but you know, it's whatever, right? It's whatever. And on top of that, I wanted to look cutesy today. Right? Look, wait. Let me just fucking show you guys. ¿Dónde está? Míralo ahí. Mira. Mira esta mierda. Can you? Okay. I wanted to look cutesy today, right? I wanted to pull out my little cat girl ears, right? Oh my god, I glitched. Can you tell me why the fuck? Listen, I already have it on the layers that I want, right? I'm trying to pin it as good as I can. And when I look to the side, tell me why the fuck? Why the fuck is it like that? Why is that? What is that? Don't. What is that? That's nothing. Like what the fuck? Like it's attached to nothing. Everything's glitched. Apparently today everything's fucking glitched, bro. So we're gonna throw that in the trash, and I don't fucking know. Maybe shit. I don't know. What the fuck am I gonna do? What the fuck am I gonna do? I don't have any other cat girl ears. There's the old ones that I used to have, which is these ones. But do I really want this? Like, I don't know if I want that. That's ass. Gracias por el agua. What we doing? We're gonna jerk off until our meat turns raw and our foreskin falls off of our cock. That's exactly what we're gonna do today. Because why not? Fuck not, you know? I'm irritated as fuck. Might as well just, you know, take it out on something. Let me put my fucking shit back. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm good. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Okay, what the fuck? I don't know what to wear. What the freak? A halo? There's a halo? Oh, that's so cool. What the fuck? Yo, that's actually fucking sick. Should we wear this? I don't know. I'm putting my horns back. I'm just gonna not look cute today. God damn it. Anyways, hi guys. How are you guys doing today? I missed you guys. I hope you guys had an amazing day today. I hope you guys woke up on the right side of the bed, because I didn't. And you know what would help me is if you guys did, and maybe I can entertain you guys, and maybe I can like make you guys tee haha, you know, laugh, whatnot, or smile at least. But yeah, how are you guys doing today? let me read back on what I've been missing. I think, hold on, holy shit, I missed out on a fucking lot. Holy shit. Why the fucking baby Rach? Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. There's okay. Alex. Hi. Space. Anna. Stolen. Isaac. Slimy. Entity. What the frick? Hi. How are you guys doing today? Hi, Jack. Who else am I missing? Hola, Kid. ¿Cómo estás? Hola, hola, Oli. Bienvenido, bienvenida, bienvenide. Hi, Senji. Oh my god. By the way, Shami, Alex said that something I think could be cool for starting sunscreen. Se levantó. I'll read it right now. Okay, girl, are you good? I am. I'm good. Why you ask? Should I not be good? Should I not be okay? Yes, Ellie took a dookie in my fucking room, man. Pissed me off. Also, Jamie, did you see what I told you on DMs? No, I haven't. I haven't looked at anything. I'm gonna be honest. I woke up and I came to my PC. I didn't even do. I didn't even. I didn't do. Nada. I said. I didn't have time to do shit. I barely took my meds, man. I'll probably answer all DMs tonight. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I started my day so fucking late today. Tomorrow, I promise. Tomorrow, I'm going to tomorrow I'm gonna get back on my ¿cómo se dice? Tomorrow I'm gonna get back on my routine. But hey, Chami, at least you're just oh my god. Shoddy? Don't call me shoddy, the fuck? You don't need cat ears. You already got elf ears. They're not elf ears. What are you talking about? How did it detach? I don't know. Gracias por el agüita. I have a hat like that. Oh my gosh. You're a damn cutie, but still stinky. Go take a shower, miss. I took a shower. What you mean? I took a shower before I went to bed. I'll probably shower later tomorrow. Bed recap. You know what? That's actually true. I should. I miss you guys more. Oh my gosh, stop it. We're not doing that. Also, I saw you pinned the playlist in our DMs and didn't know you can pin things in DMs. Well, yeah, you can. Of course I did miss you. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you need coffee? You know what? Maybe that's what I need today. I haven't had my daily coffee. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's what I need. Si tu nombre es Papi Chami y este fin de semana es el Día de los Padres, felicidades. Gracias. No sabes lo mucho que me ha costado sacar los pollitos por mi pene. What happened at the beginning of the stream? I literally, like I said, I forgot. I started stream and I thought I had put it on the stream starting soon, and I just walked off and I started taking care of Ellie and taking my meds and whatnot, doing side stuff before actually sitting down and shit because I was my trekking. Oh shit. You should always be good, and you're not good will make you be good because I love you more. Stop. I ate. The fuck? You're not my dad. I don't ghost anybody. Santo y directo a la vez shame Bobby doesn't touch Christ. Show me. Okay, listen, motherfucker. Listen. Usually I do, but I you know, I don't have anything else to say. I'm gonna be honest. Que estamos haciendo con tu pipí. Bueno, de alguna forma ustedes tuvieron que salir for something. Show me also, I really tried to FC ora, but couldn't. If you do know what I might do, share it to you. Wait, what? Are you talking about deal? What space? What? Okay, so first it's about... Okay, so primero tú querías que... So first you wanted to be my daughter, so for some reason, what the fuck? And now you're acting like I don't want to be your dad? Or you want me to... Huh? What in the fucking... gonna. I'm not mad. I'm irritated. I need love, guys. Demons need loving too. You know? Demons need loving too, man. Ugh. I'm talking about Shinoshi no Kyoku-cha. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna be honest. You can just get on and play with chat because you're going Coco crazy. I'm not going Coco crazy. Thank you for the hug, Zana. I'm talking about JoJo's song. Okay, that's what I thought. Why didn't you just say it? Why didn't you just say it? Why didn't you just say it? Huh? Okay, so, okay. You know what? Okay, wait, guys. Another thing that got me fucked up today. Hold the fuck on. Let me check my DMs real quick. Boys and take me. Take me. Okay. Sorry. I was texting my friends because we were supposed to play with friends today. And don't fuck me in the asshole, dude. Fuck me in the asshole. Wait. Let me. Sorry, guys. I think I am actually going crazy. Okay, I need to pull out stream. Okay, so here was the plan. Here was the plan that was supposed to happen, but it's probably not gonna happen. And if it's gonna happen, it's probably gonna happen, but it's gonna be very, very short time. So here's was the plan. All right. The plan today was that I was supposed to wake up early and I was supposed to fucking stream at 2 p.m. But your girls fucking woke up at I don't know what time, to be honest. So yeah, I don't know where the fuck this is going, honestly. I'm losing my mind. So we were supposed to play Roblox and a bunch of Roblox games that I got and you guys got, and then we were playing survival games with Isaac, Muddy and Space, and then we were gonna play the Stranded Deep, but apparently it can't handle more than 2 players, so we're gonna try Raft. I've never played Raft in my life, so I'm about to get it right now, and I gotta play it. We're gonna play right now. Actually, I forgot to ask them if they wanted to do it at 8 p.m. because let me install this shit. Accept. Please be a super fast one. Okay, anyway, so yes, we're gonna wait on Raft. I'm gonna text them right now and see if they can do it at 8. Because I want to get on Roblox and I want to play Dead Rails for a little bit. Not gonna lie. Can y'all do 8 p.m.? Hopefully. I can't type for shit. Okay. Mocha, hi. How are you? I missed you. Oh my god, okay. Space, are you in here? Please tell me you're in here. Because I don't know if you can see my message. I don't know if you saw my message. Are we gonna answer? Are you also playing the other game with Space? Yes, we are. I'm sorry. Girl, do you normally evil laugh like that while texting? Sometimes. Why? Is it bad? Is that bad? Stranger Drip is 2-player. Yeah, I didn't see that. I thought it was a 4-player because when I opened the game last night, it said up to like 4 players or something like that. Maybe I fucking like maybe I had a schizo moment and saw something that wasn't there. Alright, se la comió el tiburón. Oh my gosh. Jamie, by the way, I wanted to wait when you streamed, so we played the ranked obby. That one I do want to do on stream with you, everybody. Okay, hey, I have D&D at 3 a.m. I'm fucked. What are you playing? Holy shit, dude. To do D&D at that time, that's the fucking dedication, dude. Holy shit. Do I get giggle out of you when we text? Yes, sometimes. Because that, for the most part, because most of the party from America. That makes sense. That's unfortunate. Also, yes, we're doing, fuck me, I don't even know what to do anymore, man. My schedule's getting fucked and it's because of me. Okay, I'm done complaining. I'm done complaining for the day. I'm so sorry, guys. Raft is already downloaded. Look at that. It seems like things are starting to get to go our way, and that's exactly what we want. Okay, so guys, I'm done complaining like a little fucking pussy ass bitch. I have something I wanted to show you guys. Okay, so let me go here. Guys. Okay, so look for Ireland. Okay. But hear me out. So before I stream every day, you can call me old lady all you want. I don't care. I always check for the weather because, believe it or not, the weather can affect the internet and the disconnections and whatnot. So I go to Google Earth because I like I said, I'm always on Google Earth because I'm always curious about things. So tell me why today I check this motherfucker, right? And I don't know what it is that I opened. I don't remember what it was that I opened. But I opened something and you can go back in time. You can go back in time and tell me why. Look, this is 2020, right? This is 2020. 1930 looks different. It looks different than what it looks now. Why? Like, it looks more colorful. Like, look at this, for example, like right here in South America, right? Look how colorful this shit looks compared to what it looks like now. What the fuck is happening? Show me, by the way, so you don't have to read what I said in the M's. I surprise server game on that rails on that's basically pointless because both the lobby size and private game options el juego no se los mete por el culo. And still will let anybody join as long as they have the party ID is so yeah, if you have a private okay. Life was better then. Yeah, the planet is dying. Woman learns climate change. Motherfucker. Global warming be affecting us? You guys think that's global warming? Like, let me see. Okay, so 10 years from here, 2010. Even then, there's a big difference. 2000s. Dude, what the fuck? Like, I saw it and I started tweaking out. Look at that. Guys, should we go somewhere and see what they look like? Like, I wonder if... Let me check something. I want to see if this changes and there's less ice. No way. Hold on. Bro, what? What? Hold on. Wait. No, wait. Hold on. Hold on. I want to see down here. So that's in the 30s and then in the 2020s. Oh, what the fuck? That's a bad picture. Not gonna lie. Alright, well, that's crazy. That's actually fucking crazy. Check Ireland and India. Alright, hold on. Going back to the 1930s, alright? I don't know where Ireland is. Is it... Oh, it's right here. I wonder if... Guys, do you think it'll let us fucking look? But what if... I wonder if it's gonna be pictures from the 30s. Shall we check the polls and see how... Yeah, I saw that, dude. That's crazy. Argentina? Okay. Shami, ya llegó el único pelado que no... No eres decepción, Nora. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenido. Estamos ahora mismo viendo No Street View. Oh my gosh, we're going in. Okay, but is this from then? That's from that's from 2019, guys. How do I go back in time and change the pictures? Or do you guys not think they're gonna be any? O sea, this is stuff. To me, ¿cómo andamos? Busca Nicaragua. Creo que ahora voy. No andes así con el español. What the fuck are you looking at? I mean Ireland. What? Do you have a specific place you want to go in Ireland? Holy shit, dude! Look at that. Wait, I kind of fucked it up. There we go. Dude, it's just crazy to me. Let me go down here. Yeah, it would have been incredible if there was something from that far back. You guys don't think there's gonna be... 2009! Is this as far as we can go? Dude, not gonna lie, living in a place like this with no other houses, that'll be fucking amazing, not gonna lie. Mocha, is this where you live? Let's go to Northern Ireland, see what's in here. This is from 2017. Wait, you guys speak English in Ireland? Wait. Don't answer that question for me. Don't answer that question. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's go to India. Where's India? Am I even in the 1930s, bro? Hello? What happened to the timeline? Oh my... Tate quieta, te bellaca. Wait, I think we are in the... We still are. Okay. So India's right here. ¿Qué sé yo? Click the ruler. Oh my god. Xiaomi Google Maps came out in 2005. What about Google Earth though? Que es un gimnasio. Sí. Unless it was the planet itself from the satellite. I think it was. Why are you laughing, Space? That's North, still part of fucking England. Xiaomi, when we do get just versus viewers, I'm gonna lose. The Irish do have their own dialect. Not sure if it's considered its own language though. Oh, see, that's what. What do you mean it's another language? West, East, and South are their own country. Republic of Ireland and all that jazz. Google Earth came in 2001. Because you're goofy as fucking... No, I'm not. What the fuck? So wait, what other languages do you speak in Ireland? It's dying out? Oh. It's so pretty. This was in 2024. This was last year. Is this in India? Bro, this is actually low-key fucking pretty. What? Yo. I don't think I still will not get in that water. Just saying. Gotta stay safe, you know what I'm saying? I don't trust it. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Over here. Irish? Okay, but what the... He's squaring up, guys. Another one! What? Wait! Little bitch wanted to be on all the pictures. I'm surprised he's not over here somewhere. Is he? No, he's not. He's over here though. And that's about it. Oh my. That's somebody's crusty ass toes. Oh my god. It's called Gaelic. Oh, I'm first to do it in the school. Did you make a clip and then wait? What's happened? What happened? I love Kaka too. I love him. Go to Lithuanian Kaunas. He's gonna do it too. Somebody circle. I can't remember who else did that. Picaro! Guys, can we get a shout out? Isaac, can we get a shout out for Picaro, please? How are you, Picaro? I miss you. I know he did a trick. Shall we look into... Man, you know what they say, man. You have to judge a person by their feet and toes. If they don't have clean toes, they're not a clean person, man. That's what they say. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. Alright, let's go one more place in India and then we move on to the next country you guys wanted to go to. Don't check the clip in the server. Why? Patas. Come to say what's up real quick. Hope you have an amazing. Thank you so much, Picaro. I love you so much, and I thank you. You're too kind. You're too kind. Yes, chat is too. You guys are too fast for me. You literally always say your toes are dirty as. I never fucking said that. What? I've never said that in my life. Excuse you, what? When? When? You still held huh? You sent pics to space, you crossed it. No, I haven't! I don't know where we are. Oh, what the fuck? Bro, why are you... Are they all just walking like that? Oh, they're all barefoot. Oh, okay, well. I didn't say shit last year, what the fuck? I don't think Chami washes her toes. She just lets water fall on it. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. What the fuck? Alright, let's move on. Let's move on. What was the other country? You say... I know Anna said Argentina. Argentina. Dude, I don't think I've ever explored Argentina. I don't have crusty toes, man. Hi, Tom. Hi. I missed you, little bitch. Where have you been? Fallos animatrix. Fucking pie flotante. I miss you also, dude. I'm currently going through... Oh, shit. Dude, good luck on that. I'm sorry you had to go through that, dude. Oh my god, that fucking sucks. That fucking sucks. I hope it goes by smoothly, and I hope you can recover super fucking fast. What do you mean you'll be dying? Oh my gosh, look, they took a picture of from a drone. Where are we again? Argentina? What the fuck is that? Is that a dragon? Guys, who let out the Ender Dragon out? Who let out the Ender Dragon? What the freak? What the freak? Dragons are real! Dragons are real! Space, that looks too big for a fucking bird. Don't fucking test me! Don't test me! Why you against me today, huh? What the fuck? My friends hate me. Yes, Tom. Hi, Universal. How are you? Yo. So pretty. Bro, this is so pretty. It almost doesn't feel real. I like this way, like that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Can I fight the damn wither yet? In Minecraft? No. No, not yet. We need to get back together and play the game. I'm not for Argentina. What the fuck? Dude, I'm losing my voice. I swear to God, every time, every day, I feel like it gets worse. I sound like an e-boy. Ok, hay algo aquí en el background que me está jodiendo. Dame un break, espérate. Hello? Hello? ¿Qué cabrón tú eres? Oh shit. No seas cabrón. Oh fuck, me muero. Oh my god. Oh yeah, fine. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Hold on. Hold on. I need to show you guys. Ugh. I'm gonna fucking choke. Hold on. Okay, 1 second. Are you guys ready? Oh shit, dude, this is making me cry, dude. Oh, oh, wait. So here's what's the plan, all right? The plan today was that I was supposed to wake up early and I was supposed to fuck. Okay. 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 I'm good. Oh my god. Okay. I'm I'm good. I'm good. Oh, sorry guys. I was fucking. That took me out. I didn't want to say. Hi, Robbie. How are you? Welcome. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Welcome to Wait as Hell. I'm fucking dying, dude. Where the fuck am I? Oh, what? Yo, bro, if this is a house, imagine this being a fucking house. Oh, that'd be fucking sick. Where the fuck are we? What the fuck? We're in the middle of the ocean. What the fuck? Okay, next, and then we can get onto Nicaragua. ¿Dónde está Nicaragua? Oh, there it is. Okay. ¿Por qué hay pena? Okay. There's barely anything in Nicaragua. I found the glitch in the Matrix. I don't think that's supposed to be there. It's raining the view for me. I'm gonna have to contact your corporation and your manager. Dude, it's so pretty though. Alright, let's choose another spot. Okay, here. Did you rough? You found my stash house. Se ve hermosa ahí. This is that's my hiding spot. Oh my god. Yo! This is a vibe! It's so pretty! Okay, wait. Let me... I fucking hate how to fucking navigate this shit. No! Let's go there. Wait, guys, I just don't want to miss any of the countries you guys wanted to see. Let me see. We did India, we did Ireland, we did Argentina, Nicaragua. What else do we need to do? Lithuania? Right? Ave María, ¿cuándo serás mía? Cuando quisieras tanto te la haría. I don't know how the song goes. Yo, it's so orange. Let's go over here. It kind of reminds me a lot of Puerto Rico, not gonna lie. I feel like, why do I feel like every Hispanic country kind of looks similar? That's so cool. Oh, that's actually cool. I would not step on that though. I don't want to ruin it, you know? So we ignoring my home country and see. I didn't ignore it. Okay, one more place. Let's go up there. Okay. I mean, it's just a workplace, I assume, I guess. Oh! You can see a part of the human. Diríjate a Managua. El mismo es Nicaragua. Wait. Managua. Shit, sorry. Oh, what the fuck? They put us in a hotel. What the frick? What you reading, ma'am? What you reading there? This was from 2015. Piscina para niños. Okay. Smacked me in the face. Oh no. Dude, why is it kind of empty though? That's what I'm... I like. Dude, I love when places have like areas where you can go hiking at. Wait, why is there just... That's from 2019. Holy shit, dude. Can you believe 2019 was 5 years ago? Technically, 6 years ago. I like it. It looks very colorful, and yeah, I like Nicaragua. I love Nicaragua. All right, one last place. Where's Lithuania exactly? Lithuania. Can you? Fucking hell. Okay, so oh, I found it. I didn't even have, bro. I didn't even have to fucking do anything. I just fucking found it because I'm a pro gamer, you know? Whoa. Near Russia? You told me too late because I found it already. Let's go closer to Latvia. Yo. Oh, there's a black hole! No! There's a black hole! So pretty! Dude, I fucking love this. This is fucking... Oh my god. Kaunas... En ese Google se puede poner coordenadas. Sí, se pueden poner coordenadas. Se pueden poner direcciones, coordenadas, código postal. Where else can we go in Lithuania? That was a really pretty spot. Let's go to the beach. Just trying to show where I grew up. Those were fun in the park. Okay. Well, that's a pretty beach. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy and paste that. I'm scared that it'll leak something. I'll just fuck me. You say I can take me there. Where should we go? Team Marie, de Dumpy Way. Quick and Macarate, Rafa. Vamos ahí. What the? Hello? Hello? Take me to the street. Bro. Why did he just cancel it, bro? Oh my god. I don't live there anymore. I'm fine with people finding... Oh god. Please, can you please just put me in? No black hole this time. All right, we're good. We're on the clear. I think I got away from where... All right, we need to go here. Not gonna lie, that's a big city, dude. Holy shit. All right, I want to see what this is. What is this? Is this like an auto place? let's go over here. I can smell this forest of my home. That's so cute. Oh, I love streets that are like this, like nothing but like trees and stuff. Oh, I love it. I love it. I think we're going back, but it's okay. This is so pretty. I'm such a sucker for fucking forests, dude. Imagine how this looks on a foggy day. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, better idea? Oh my god. Is it on here somewhere? Wait, actually, I'm just gonna copy. What the f... Can we go in? We can have a street view? Yeah, it just looks like a prison. Cool. Can you... Oh, we can go that way. Well, damn. You grew up new there? Hell yeah. I like it. I like it. Lithuania is a very pretty country. I like it. I don't know if I missed anybody's... where the fuck are we going? What the fuck? Advogado? Where the fuck are we? Huh? What the frick? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that means though. Advocate? What does that mean? Oh shit. Alright, you guys know what time it is? Do you guys know what time it is? It's forests and hills. See, and that's I love that though. There's still Xiaomi pon esta coordenada. Cabrón, me lo dijiste tarde. Me lo dijiste tarde. Déjame ver, espérate. I'm gonna save it for next time. ¿Te importa si lo guardo para la próxima vez que haga un Google Earth? What time it is? It's time for dead rails. It's time for dead rails to prove myself that I can indeed beat the game while we wait for Raft. Bueno, ya, ¿qué? Lo voy a guardar para la próxima, perdón, es que lo había cerrado y no tengo tanto tiempo. No tengo tanto tiempo para... ¿Cómo se dice? No tengo tanto tiempo para... ¡Me cago en la crica! Yes. ¿Qué juras en Roblox? Vamos a hacer reales de muerto. O como se diga. I'm just gonna go. I don't even care if anybody joins me, as long as they don't fucking fuck with my shit, you know? Dead Rails, I wanna join. I would love for you guys to join, but like I said the other day, I'm gonna do this a single player mode, right? And then And then we can play together some other time. I miss living that close to the forest where you can go in for a walk, pick mushrooms, catching frogs. Dude, that's so cute. I said, hello? What the fuck? Who is... Okay, let me get in, because there's people in here being a... Motherfucker. Motherfucker. You ain't coming in here with me, bitch. ¿Qué jugarás en Roblox para explorar el mundo? ¿Qué? Wait, ¿qué? Nick side? What the fuck? Cabrón. Where the fuck have you been? First of all, hi. How are you? How have you been? Let me fucking change it to category. Second of all, hi. Thank you so much for the water. What the frick, dude? Yo, did the category change, guys? It's not that I don't want help. I haven't been able to do that shit for 12 years now. I've been busy being an... Makes sense. Makes sense. Oh, God. Gotta love it. I hope you've been doing really good, though. Like, on a real note. But yeah, I more than want you guys to help me in the game. Like, you can backseat and help me in like with tips and tricks and whatnot. But I do wanna do it by myself, at least for a few times. I wanna see if I can beat the game. I wanna see and explore more than meets the eye. How much is this? Can I take this? Oh, bot. Give me that. Give me that. Let me, hold on. I forgot to turn up the fucking volume. Okay. Hola, Hermi. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás, locura? ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está? I didn't fucking sit down yet, bitch. Alright. They updated it? Wait, what did they update? I wish I could like pull that thing that goes choo choo. I still don't like that it only goes 60 fucking miles per hour. You bitch! Should I go back? I can't go back, can I? That scared, not gonna lie, that scared the fucking shit out of me. There's not a single place around. Oh my god. Horsies! That means one thing and one thing only. There's gotta be a fucking... Yep. Yep, I knew it. I fucking knew it. How did I know? Don't ask me. I'm just a pro. Hi, Luffy. How are you? Soy Hermín como Yo, bitch. Bitch. Motherfucker. You're coming with me. What is that? Why is it glitched? I don't like the sound. Bitch. 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 No! You can't fucking shoot, bitch! Motherfucker! You can't even fucking shoot! Oh my god. Okay. Ay, oh my god. Holy shit, what the fuck? I'm definitely gonna use one of these. That's cool to do. Copyright. I'm just kidding. Please don't copyright Roblox. I love Roblox. I love Roblox too much for it to be copyrighted. Maybe Call of Duty was the ones to copyright them. You ever think of that? You ever think of that? You can... I forgot the water button. That's all. What's the easiest way of sanitizing a popped bleeding pimple? Something with alcohol? I guess just wash it with water and soap and put like a cream, like a pimple creamer or like a band-aid on it, I guess. I don't know. I don't pump my pimples, to be honest. I kind of just let them disappear on their own, or my body like absorbs them or something. Wait, Hermín, tú también hablas en inglés, no sabía. Dale pa'l carajo, cabrón. Dale pa'l carajo. Dale pa'l carajo. ¡Ah! 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 I'm gonna die. I'm gonna. Ignore my fucking bolt. Ignore. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me. Any more? What is... Oh! I'm taking that. What else is in here? Anything that I can use? Oh, yes! Definitely taking that too. Alright, I need to prepare myself. Bitch. Fucking motherfucker. How much space do I have in here? Alright, we need to get the fuck out of here. Alright, let's get the fuck out. I ain't got time. Bitch. Guys, I'm too fucking good, bro. I'm too fucking good. Alright, I don't want to leave here because... Fuck. Le gusta mi cabeza calma. ¡Ah! ¿De dónde carajo tú saliste, cabrón? Came out of my ass or something. This one is fucking further away. Oh my god, bro. Please stop it. Stop it. Motherfuckers. I hate those. Stop it. I'm scared. I'm in Seoul. That's Call of Duty. It's not a glitch that happens when you are in air combat. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh. Motherfucker. Give me that. Give me that. 5? Bitch. Motherfucker. Don't fuck with me. What is this? Combustible? What is it? I can't read it. I could sell that, right? Hold on. I don't even know what I have in my shit. Hold on. I need to see. Okay, so... Goddamn, I have too many zombies. Okay, so first things first. I'm gonna grab this. And this. And these nuts. And then... I'll grab all of these for fuel because... we need it. And I know what you're gonna say. It's not gonna give much. It's not gonna give much because it's gonna give little. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Why do you keep going bold? Because when you see the hotbar on the bottom of the game, there's numbers, right? When I click on one of them, it has the toggle for my hair off. It's just how it is. Guys, I'm doing pretty good so far. Wait. Soy cubanita. I know English and Spanish, but I'm learning more Spanish with streamers. Oh, okay, yeah, tú me dijiste eso el otro día. You told me that. Oh my gosh, wait, I didn't know. Yeah, okay, damn, okay. I don't know why I never expect girls to watch me. I need more girlies to watch me. Wait, what is this? That's it! That's the fucking thing! They do have it! That's my favorite thing. Slap a plunger on that head? No! Some of you act like I don't know how to play the game. I didn't act like that. What? I wasn't acting like you don't know how to play the game. Also, what the fuck is that over there? Cowboys? Alright, I know I missed the fucking message, so give me a second real quick. Okay, so first you're gonna do a 360 no scope off the roof, and then you're gonna shake that ass in a circle. Then after that, you're gonna do 5 push-ups while reciting the B movie. Then you'll be met by riches in the game over screen. Lovely. Amazing. 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 ¿Cuánto llegará el día de mi suerte? Get the fuck out of here. Wait, what is this? I'll take it. I don't care. Also, should I take this? Oh! Carbon fire. Let's get the freak out of here. Hi, Anna. Welcome back. I want to see how far I can go before we play Raft. Right now, I'm at 6,000 meters, which is the most I've done by myself with nobody else in the lobby since yesterday. Oh, I found the town! And I'm probably gonna die. Let me just go a little further. I'm gonna go a little further because... Okay, what the fuck? You want a piece of this, bitch? Get the fuck out. I gave you a headshot! I gave you a headshot! Bitch! I fucking... Fucking damn it. I'm so cooked, bruh. I'm so cooked. Please, let there be any... Bro. I need... Tú puedes morir, cabrón. Is there another runner? Oh, there's so many of them. Come the fuck on. Is there a way to dodge the fucking stuff, bro? Because I can't. Cabrón. I'm so fucking cooked. What is that? What does this do? That takes pictures? Why the fuck would I want to take a picture, bro? Actually, you know what? On the other hand, on second thought, give me that. Fuck it. Gotta do my daily uploads on YouTube. Mamá huevo. Hola, Sammy. ¿Cómo estás? I miss you. Rick Grimes rolling on his grip right now. The furthest I've been is the end. Wow. Wow. I didn't expect that, Tom. Something slash her weave. Guys, I need help! Bitch! Guys, on a real note, I need somebody to tell me, please, if there's a trick where I can just avoid the zombies hitting me. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me. I'm dead. I'm dead. This is where I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. This is where I die. This is where I die. I'm getting the fuck out of here, honestly. Bitch. Bitch. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Nope. Could have been a great looting place, but no. No. Not on their watch. Apparently. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, look, a safe spot. Wait. That means one thing. I made it this far by myself. This is the furthest I've been by myself. Oh my god. I think I've seen this in Fortnite. Really? Wait, they have one like this on Fortnite? Tom, I didn't say I didn't want your help. I said I just wanted to play by myself. I didn't say I didn't want help. I would much rather... Oh, what the fuck? Is that all the... Alright, there we go. If that's not all that it does, get the fuck out of here. I don't need that. What the fuck? It's standing. It's standing! There's no way it lands on the feet. Let's see again. No! There's no way it does fucking stand on the feet. Hold on. Oh my god, okay, no way, because I couldn't see that. I couldn't see. Hold on. Okay, what the fuck? That's fucking broken, bro. That's fucking broken. What the fuck? Hi, Lily, how are you? Welcome. You got me hooked on that vocab game. Okay, What? What is that? I'm scared. Wait, that's to sell. Can I sell this shit or do I keep it? I don't know. What is that sound? What is the sound? Bro. What is that sound? Why is this? Hello? Bro, that's not selling for nothing. Wow, $22? Wow. Pickle Pringles are good, not gonna lie. Dude, the sound needs to stop immediately. Oh, I can buy two! Awesome. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here because I have no idea what the fuck the music's about. Wait, you can sell zombies? No way. It won't let me. What is this? Why is this music playing? Oh my god, okay, that was a glitch. What the frick? Okay, what should I give it? What the fuck? Oh, just join me! How did you join me? Oh my god. I'm getting the fuck out of here, not gonna lie. Dude. pissing me off. It's pissing me the fuck off. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I did look at the shot. I looked at it. I'm not surprised. Now, can the music shut the fuck up? Jesus fucking shit. Like, it was playing for no goddamn reason. You can run but not hide. Oh my god. I'm being stalked and I'm being followed. Oh my god. Tee-hee. Ah! Ah! Okay, what the fuck? Where did it go? What the fuck? It went flying over there. Bitch. Show me, did I not say part? I know. Is immersing you into the world of the Wild West. And while the zombie hitting you is, I know, I don't know why the okay, hold on. I know who you are. Amen. I know who you are. I know what you did. I'm gonna scare them. They want to scare me, I'll scare them. Mod friend, hi, how are you? Welcome. Welcome to hell. What the fuck was that? Stupid bitch ass cowboy. Wait, huh? Who the what? Who the fuck is this? Hello? I didn't forget you. Who are you? You don't even. You're not even my friend. You're not even my friend. Oh, that's a big ass castle, bro. I didn't forget you guys. Okay, we're gonna go into the castle. I'm doing great. What's hitting me? What's hitting me? What's hitting me? What's hitting me? What's hitting me?
Space has gifted a sub to mod
What the fuck? Fuck! You bitch! Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Please protect me, I'm gonna die. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Grab. And then where's the other thing? Grab! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Cause it's my alt. Wait, I forgot I don't. Fuck me. So wait, are you? Wait, whose birthday is it? I'm doing great. How about you? Happy birthday, my friend. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear mod friend. Happy birthday to you. Quiere crecar, pipi. Quiere crecar, pipi. Quiere crecar, pipi. I hope you're having an amazing day today. Oh my god. Why is it always these zombies at night? You thought you were special, Amen? This game just doesn't care about private mode or lobby size. What? It's just special way. Let's go. Thank you so much for the gifted space. What the freak? Have you eaten your birthday cake yet? Yeah. Cause that's how the game works, Shami. Wait, let me guess. I know exactly who you guys are. Violet the Rose. Is that Lily? Is that you, Lily? If so, oh my god. What the fuck? I think I know who Amen is. I think Amen is not Tom either. Wait. What? Wait. I'm confused. Yeah, fuck him up. Fuck him up. Guys, I don't like guessing games. Can you just tell me who you guys are? Oh shit, I have a bow in my fucking... Space said it in the chat. I was guessing it was Tom. Oh, I'm sorry, Lily. Bitch. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm actually dead. I'm dead. Ataki, yeah. Anna! It's Anna! What the freak? Why do you need emails on your alt? What the freak? You should add me. I'm sorry guys, I'm fucking slow as fuck. So who's Amen? I think Amen is Hermine. Okay, girl, we've been knowing. Okay, whatever. Fuck you. Fuck you. Wee! Wee! I love you too. Why is this Naruto fucking music playing? Are you guys dead? Oh, I did a split. I'm trying to get to you. People can't move? Well, I guess I'm not dead. I love how the rain actually, like, you can see those. Oh, okay, that's cute. I'm not hacking. How far did I make it, by the way? Help. Help. I was a fairy. She was a fairy. I'll make it eventually. Shami, so will you censor the idea in the future? Yes, I will. But now I know it's not hackers though, because remember yesterday we were thinking that it was hackers or bots, you know? How far did I make it? Oh, I make it 14,900. Oh my god. I made it almost 15,000 meters, dude. I almost made it to 15,000. This is my cozy spot. Oh shit. 2 meters short, good job. Wow, thanks, Mace. I wonder if Isaac is no wait, but I didn't mean. I know. I was just messing. Let me see if Isaac is ready. Is Isaac ready? Whoa. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is it so fucking loud? Porque cuando te vi, recordé lo que grabamos en el DVD. Te toca de nuevo, así que dime, baby. Wait, are you playing with people? No, I'm not! They joined on me! They joined off of me! Listen. Space said that she wanted beef with me. She's getting the beef she wanted, okay? I'ma join you. Can you fucking rest me then? If you join, you need to rest me. What's your favorite clip? What's your favorite ship flavor? What? I'm fucking dying. Charlie, let him walk 15,000 kilometers. I'ma laugh at you. Okay. Anyways, I don't know if you can still hear me, Hermine. Also, what is a good name I can call you? I don't know if you like that name or not. But we're going to play Raft, and whenever we are done, if I'm not too tired, guys, we can play more Dead Rails. I have a horse because of my class. Wait, you can choose class? I didn't know you could choose class. Oh my, no, wait. Some downloads are not working. I didn't know you could choose class, man. My dick, baby, is thin. Hawking, fuck. It's all called bitch, I'll bump them dick to his plate. Okay, Raft. Guys, they're grabbing on my thighs. For your life, he keep fucking my butt, then I'ma cry. There's poop and semen spraying on my eyes. I love this song. Pixelato. Bro, I hope this game doesn't take out a lot of me. Guys. And they grab out my thighs. And they gonna bust on my eye. Are you licking me? Licking? I'm not licking you, no. I love this song too! Oh, baby. Keep me don't clap. Eh. But that's the kind of pussy that they really like. I told them. And for when names, round top, rock cock, tough cock without a home. Suck my cock, leave my cock alone. Oh, baby. Honey, I piss all night long. Eh. Well, my cock, so my cock. Come home. I'm excited too. You don't like my songs? You guys don't like my songs? Hey. Oh, talking about a bitch from Baltimore. Eh. And I got hairs on my cock. Sleep anybody's floor. I got a big fat belly. Fuck and dude, I keep forgetting the real good class about fuck all night long. And I can do it to you, honey, until the cows come home. If you suck my pussy, baby, I'll suck your dick. I'll do it to your honey till I make you shit. Oh, baby. All night long. Wait to me, Papa. The call comes. Yeah. I've listened to Weirder. Exactly. And my teachers complain about Bob Bunny. The chummy song is oh my god. Listen, they're only fucking top tier songs, okay? They're only top tier songs. Okay. Can you guys not look? Oh fuck. Raft on my shaft. Raft on my shaft in the wafts of the watts. I don't know. The property is Raft. Yeah. Oh my god, bro, I can type top tier songs. Honestly, I already forgot the lyrics. Good. Who the frick is this is gonna be my music waiting for these motherfreakers. I don't know what the name of the song is, but oh my god, it's gonna be stuck in my head now. Do we need tutorials, guys? Motion sickness mode? No. Enable shot. Invert mouse cursor. Controls. I don't need that. Full screen mode. Motorless. Installation. Good. All good. I think it's all good. The music needs to go a little low. I think that's good, right? Oh, that's pretty good. I'm ready! Xiaomi Molfriend sent a picture of the birthday cake in the server. Let me see. I want to see. It's like a... Oh my god. I thought it was gonna be a flan, but it's more like a... It's kind of like a Sara Lee cake. What? So I just wanted... haven't got the cheapest cake I found. Next time I'll buy it. Dude, that looks so... It's so cute. I like it. It's so cute. It kind of looks like a flan. The best on tower plays by me. So cute. I love it. I love it. I love it, and I hope you're enjoying your birthday cake. It looks amazing. Kind of makes me want to fucking want to eat a cake. Where the fuck is the thing? You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do that one. You guys are so cute. Cito, hi. How are you? How are you? I'm doing good. Thank you so much for the water. I'll be drinking water here after I'm done chewing my medicine. Xiaomi, were you calling? When I was waiting for you guys. The fuck? Calling right now. You guys better fucking answer the fucking phone. I swear to God, if you don't, I swear to God. I swear to God. I swear to God. Oh, hello? Hello? One second. I can't hear you guys. 1 second. Brother man. Hello? Hi! Sorry, I couldn't fucking hear any of you at the beginning. Oh. Alright, let me put you guys in here. Voila. Oh my god, guys, I'm excited. How are you guys doing? I'm doing good. I'm excited. Oh my gosh. I don't know if they're getting the things on. Okay. Xiaomi, saw your cake. I did. It looks really good. I was saying how it kind of looks like a flan, but it's more like a... Because flans are like... They're soft. You know, they're like cold and soft and gooey. And that doesn't look that way, but it does. It has like the shape and the colors and everything. Which I love. I love flan. Where the fuck is this at? Hello? Oh, sorry. I thought... I don't know where I couldn't hear you guys for a minute. Alright, we're ringing him again. I found a glitch on the Raft last time I played. I think I saw her there in the Discord. Yeah, I reacted to them. I hope it was delicious though. I hope your cake was delicious. Should we create a thing or wait for Isaac? Okay. So wait, characters? Oh, wait, you can make your character. Wait. Oh, you can unlock more. Oh no. Well, I'm gonna be I guess the green and white kid. New world. I'm assuming we're all gonna do normal. Okay. I hope that's yeah. Anyways, friendly fire, nothing. No. Oh, was only 50 euros though. It was quite good. Great deal. It was see, but that's the thing. Sometimes the more affordable like cakes and stuff are the best, or just the better ones, you know. I paid for fucking $80 cakes before, or I should say my mom has, and they're not good at all. Maybe a little more. Are they good? Yes. I love tuxedo. I've only had, I don't think I've had tuxedo cakes, but I've had tuxedo muffins. Yeah. The only thing I don't like about the tuxedo stuff is, or like the texture, kind of like, I don't know how to explain it. Like if you eat a lot of it, kind of like it feels like it's gonna get stuck on your throat. You know what I mean? Poop. What? Why? What? Bro, Isaac needs to hurry up. I don't know. I don't think we can wait. We just go in here and... Hello? Who the fuck is this? Oh, that's Marty. Marty! Turn around. Oh. Hello? Who's inside of me? Space, why are you a black man? Yes, you do. I don't know. Mine's stuck on the raft. I don't know how to get... Oh, there we go. I got it back. Mine's already... Wait. Wait, guys, before we do anything, hold on. Okay. Oh my god. Wait, have you played this game before, buddy? I swear to god, if you say yes. Buddy, look at me in the eyes and tell me the truth. Oh, okay. See, oh, yeah. Just fishing? So are we just gonna sit here and fish and wait for Isaac? Because I don't want to do too much without him. Huh? What are you talking about? Space. What do you mean just one arm? You had 2 arms! What? I'm confused, so I don't know what you're talking about. I'm so confused. You good? Dude, that's fucking the sharks didn't give us a fucking chance or anything. They just appear. Welcome back, Jack. Yo, there's this thing. We're gonna get it. Oh yeah. Also about the glacier, I found a glacier inside the boat. I was under the water, but inside the crowds. I could see the sharks and they follow me. But they can't hurt me. Okay, that's a good thing at least. What the fuck? Get that! Yo! Yo! Ah! 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 How do we punch the motherfucker? So how do we punch him? Okay, how do we make stuff? Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna make a... Wait. What? That's crazy. That was mine! You're good. Can we run? Wait, Mari, do you have enough to make us, ¿Cómo se dice? Wait, we need to get food. Do you have enough to make us all a sphere? Also, I don't like how close I feel like Damn, okay. Yeah, we can, but... Yeah, we can... Then, okay. Oh, I found... Shit. Oh, okay, a space? Wow, what the fuck? I'm gonna die. I found a bunch. I found a bunch of like food and stuff. I'm not trying to. I don't know who the fuck was trying to steal my shit, but but next time I'm not gonna bark, I'm gonna buy, okay? Oh, you need to craft a weapon. I know we're trying to, but we don't have enough materials. Wait, what you say, Space? I don't either. Oh my god. But oh, this thing sucks. I don't know. Can somebody ring him again? Oh, do you mean a hammer? Yo, wait. Oh, wait. How many planks do you have? I could make us a. Wait. Whoa. No, hold on. Never mind. I need 3 ropes. Need 3 ropes and more of those. Come here. Oh. Space. I'm gonna. It's mine. No, you didn't. I got it. No, you didn't. I see it in my thing. Do any of you have... Wait, actually, I can do... hold on, I can make it. Wait, how do I make a rope? What? Oh! Yes! Look at this. Do you see this? Do you see this? Look at it. Oh. Hey! Hey! That's what you get. Space. He beat my ass! He beat my ass! He beat my ass! He beat my ass! What's so funny? Hey! No, you can't get me. Space! There's a fucking chat! I'm dying! Please, I'm dying! Space, please! I'm eating raw potatoes. I don't even know how to check my... Oh, look at that. I have a watermelon. I guess it's not gonna share. How do I drop it? Wait. Do I just put it... fuck. Guys, I can't play this with you guys. I'll try. I don't know how to. I don't know. Oh fuck! Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I can give it to you here. How do I drop it? Oh, there you go. Hey, Muddy, where you at? Here, take it. Take it. You just scroll to it and you press left thing. Space, what the fuck? You don't have to eat the whole thing! You need to save some for later! Oh my. Look, the shark! The shark's coming! We need to kill him. We need to kill. Maybe we can go. Ow! I'm gripping myself. Oh man, yes. No! I'm dying. There's no way, bro. Oh, there's so much lost content.
Don't focus on that. Just wait till Isaac gets in. Yeah, so what you couldn't hear was me trying to defend myself. I wasn't trying to eat the whole fucking watermelon. It's just gonna happen.
No. Oh my god. I'm sorry. We need to lock the fuck in.
You should be sorry.
I'm not sorry.
Where do I get fucking stone?
In the islands. Why are you cutting off space? I'm not cutting space off. Yes, here. Let me see if I have more. That's all I have. Wait! Muddy, I didn't break it. I just took it. I didn't mean... Why am I... Can you see what I'm doing, Space?
You're pointing.
Why am I pointing?
Because you want me to bend over. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Muddy's dead!
Why are you holding him with that? Why are you gargling?
I need to be around again!
I got Robbie.
Oh, I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up.
Like it's my fault.
Buddy, when you die. Oh, he's back. Oh my god. Buddy, what the fuck happened?
I died.
I got another. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? I need stone. Oh my god, that cough had fucking echo. Fucking reverb.
I'll be right back. I can't.
Oh my god. What do I do if my, like, my rope thing starts to break?
You have to make a new one. I think it costs rope and... Oh no, it costs plastic and wood planks to make a new one.
Shark bait.
Yeah, I think you can use that to like keep it away for a little bit. Nice.
This game is not good for people who get seasick. Where's Isaac? Oh crap, my thing broke. Stone. Yeah, let's go. Can only be used once? You can only use a throwable anchor once? Bro, I think Shame's gonna die.
Oh, yeah, she'll probably end up having to get rid of her inventory to come back. I need rope.
I made a throwable anchor though. It sucks
We
it
get
can only be
super
used
close.
once.
Yeah, but if we get close to an island, use it to hold us down while we
Oh my
die.
god, you're fucking joking. You're fucking joking. Oh my god, it's so fucking... Oh! I almost died. made a bed.
Nice. I'm about to start dying of dehydration.
Oh yeah, I'm
Oh.
gonna.
I guess the
Back
bed
to-
saves her.
Well, when she comes back. She's gonna come back and we're both just fucking dead. I'm so bad with the fishing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy. Like, most of my catches are really just luck.
Space I smell? What the hell? Hit it! Don't let me fall into the water.
Yeah, I hit him, but I'm gonna also go down.
I can't believe we really knocked her out so hard. Oh my god. Well, how are you guys doing?
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Are you able to,
Thank
like,
you.
wake up? Are you alive or no?
Oh,
Okay.
yes. What happened?
I saved you.
What? How? Oh,
I put you in bed.
oh, well, thank you. How do I? Oh, there we go.
I'm gonna die soon.
Oh, no, wait.
Towards them.
I have seeds, but I don't know how to plant the seeds.
We need to make a craft. There's like if you hit tab, there's a whole bunch of things you can click on. They all
Yeah.
like set things up.
Oh my gosh, wait, we can make a sail.
Yep, we can make a sail. We can make
A paddle.
Huh?
A paddle too? Wait, but
Yep.
you said that the boat doesn't move, it's just the world, so how come we can make a
We are
paddle?
moving
Oh. Oh, alright, God. I'm sorry, guys, by the way. I don't know why I had a Kiko attack earlier.
You're good.
But, where's the sock mat at, man? Did none of you told me I'm still in Roblox?
Oh, sorry.
in the bed.
Shimmy, can you throw him in the bed?
What?
Throw him in the bed.
Wait, how do I?
You pick him up and you throw him in the bed.
I can't.
This woman.
Bro, you know what's crazy?
I can't.
Is that I was freaking out trying to like get everything prepared because I knew I was gonna die.
Space, I can't get him.
Well, fucking try.
No, here. Can you? I'm laying down right now, so can you grab him real quick?
I can't. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to get us onto the island.
Oh.
Don't
Space!
fucking owe me.
Space. It takes.
Shammy, remove the bed, place it somewhere else, and then pick me up.
Oh my God. Okay, there we go. Oh my God.
Thank you, I appreciate you.
Yes. I'm over here trying to holy suck. Chummy, you also smell horrible. Nuh-uh. Maybe it's you who smells horrible. Hmm. Oh my gosh, wait, hi Gorina! I'm so sorry I didn't say anything earlier. I was fucking dying, dude. Dude, is this hack okay? I'm actually kind of worried.
Okay, I think I put the anchor down, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think you didn't activate it, yeah.
No fucking way, bro.
It worked. I don't know how long it lasts, though. So we can go to the island really quick, but...
Let's go to the island.
I think Puerto Rico might have lost power.
Oh no.
Was it storming?
No, it's... See, that's the thing. Puerto Rico, like, it doesn't even have to be storming. You can lose power so easily. And plus, we have a... But motherfucker, go bite my ass, bitch! I'm dying. God. Yo, can we get this bamboos?
Maybe we had an axe.
Melon.
True.
Where?
Wait, how the fuck did you guys get up here?
Bro.
Oh my god.
Parkour.
Bro. Okay, there we go. I'm just gonna grab everything.
Oh, I got
I
pineapple.
can see. How the
Oh, that's a big box.
Holy shit. I got pineapple seeds.
Yeah, we need to make, man, let me see what it takes to make it. We need wood. Wait,
Oh shit.
I can make rope. Do any of you guys have wood?
Oh god. You stuck?
I don't think so.
Where is the...
We're just trying to figure out what this is. I guess we have to mine that.
Oh, there it is. Guys, I don't know if it's me getting tired in game or dying.
Oh, you're thirsty.
You're thirsty.
Oh shit, we go to the raft.
What?
Go to the raft.
I'm going, I can't run!
Yeah,
And the raft is too far! There's a fucking shark. Okay, you know what?
You have
Fuck
to
it.
go. You have to go.
Fuck it! I'm going!
By the way, it is possible to kill the shark. It's just,
Yeah, oh my god.
like, it'll come back eventually.
Oh my god. I'm gonna die in the water.
Fucking die in the water. Where's the
Wait,
bed?
there's no...
Oh, I picked it up. But don't sleep in it. We're gonna have the same problem we had before.
What do you mean?
You have to wait. You have to die before you go to bed in it, or you just get stuck in it, and then we have to move the bed again.
Shit. Okay. So, who has it open? Can you... Wait, do any of you... Oh, I need that. I'm gonna put this down. Actually, I'm gonna take that because I don't wanna be doing that. I need wood. What else can we make real quick? Hold on. Because we need water eventually. So we need a
We
pot.
need to find a way. We need to. I think we need. You know what? We need to make a research table. We need 2 scrap and 14 wood. I have 11 wood on me, but we need 2 scrap. Does anyone have scrap?
Where?
Oh, wait, do
okay.
Wait, I can make an empty cup.
I
made an empty
one, but I don't know where it went.
Maybe this is how we... Okay, maybe, do we have like a... Can you turn this on?
We need a fire starter.
Fuck, okay,
I think I researched it. But I need scrap.
I have one. Watch out. Scoot your boot.
Is this... There
Get
you
your
go.
boot.
That's crap.
Scoot your boot!
What?
I'm fucking pointing at you.
What are you talking about? Oh, nice.
Okay, I don't. So space to me, it looked like you were looking this way.
Oh, in
So
my screen, I was pointing right at you.
Yeah, no.
Wait, so you said we need a starter, like a thing starter? We can buy we can do backpacks?
I have no idea. Use to research new items to craft, but I don't know how to use it unless you're using it right now. Oh,
No,
you-
I have a blueprint.
I have one too. Also, I just put it in. Oh, I think I get it. Yeah, no, I don't get it. I put place item in a slot to research. So what does that mean? Do I just put like a flower on there and?
It needs each individual item. So like if it's showing a plank, you need to put a plank. If it's showing a rock, you need to put a rock.
Oh my god, the shark! I don't get it. You guys. Oh, I'm dead.
I'm dead.
Damn.
Oh. Bruh. You died in the bed. There we go, I got you. Sweet.
Thank you. There's no way I actually drank the water. Okay, I want to put it away for now. So I have this blueprint for antenna used along with the receiver.
I have a receiver, a blueprint.
Wait, really? Wait, how do we get this? I don't even remember having it.
So we got it out of crates. So receiver, plank, plastic, circuit board, and hinge. I have a
Do you
hinge, I
have-
just don't have a circuit board.
Buddy, do you have any?
Wait, what
Like
was it, sorry?
blueprints?
Oh no, I was not lucky enough.
Oh.
Circuit board is copper ingot and vine god.
Do we
Yes, I
care
don't think
about these color seeds. They're only used to make paint, it looks like.
But I'm gonna kill a fucking shark.
they're not. I don't think we need that much. Are we gonna throw them away?
I mean, I imagine in the future there's gonna be more islands that we can come across. I mean, I can put them back in. I don't care. Like, it's
Yeah, I saw what you said, Gorilla.
That's fine.
I'm sorry, guys. I gotta look in.
I broke the anchor so we could start moving, collecting stuff again.
Yeah, that's fine. We need to.
We need to like start fortifying around the items that we placed, so that the shark, if it breaks the like plank underneath the item, it doesn't break the item too.
In a game like this, no, you don't. You kind of do. What are you talking about? Guys, you're asking me to not log in, and like I read chat. I don't have to respond to everything. I do read you guys all the time. But you're telling me you've never logged into a game to the point where you're just in the game? Are we moving?
Yeah.
Just very slowly.
Mostly Fortnite? Exactly. Dude, this... Oh my god, just wait for the shark to come back. I'm gonna fucking kill his ass. Oh, man.
Oh.
I've missed the thing. Come at me, bitch. Come on.
Angler over here.
Yeah, I won't get that. Yo, it looks so pretty. Look at the sunrise. Also, there's I think 2 islands ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to get enough plastic to make a paddle so we can start paddling that way. But
Oh, I have plastic. I only have 2 though. Hold on.
Bro,
Is that
I'm
it?
gonna lose my motherfucking mind. We need a bigger fucking ship. You guys are too close to me. Can't fucking
What do
fish for
you
nothing.
mean? No! God damn it. Wow.
Yeah, but
What?
another anchor we can make.
Wait, do they
No,
break
that
every
shit
time we
costs
use
a lot.
it?
Oh, you need a lot of stone for that.
No way.
Yeah.
Alright, well, we might as well swim over there because that way we don't... Wait, can we collect stuff on the water? Oh my god, no, we can't, never mind. Never mind, never mind, never mind! Bitch! Oh my god, oh my god. Ay, puto cabrón! How can you even make it up to the shore, you fucking son of a bitch? You son of a bitch! How? Oh, I'm dead.
Don't do that. I don't have an
Oh my god.
axe.
Coconuts.
I think they're mangoes.
Can we not get them down?
The boat's trying to leave. I'm about to pass
Shit.
out.
Yeah, I'm gonna die.
I have a full health bar. Never ignore me. I'll be fine for a little bit. And I can just keep paddling into the island.
I don't know what that was. Oh, watermelon seed. Why would you put away my watermelon seed?
I need more stone, but I don't know how to get it.
I have 5 stone, but I was using it for axe.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna try and make.
Oh, do you have the materials?
You just need wood and rope.
Okay, I have those 2 things. So maybe give me the wood and then we can just share the... We can share the axe for now.
There's no room in the storage.
Hi, broken. You can drop it. You scroll to it and then you press Q. Hi, broken demons. Hi, how are you? Welcome to Paytas. I'm sorry, I don't know
Oh,
why.
but it drops all of it. Okay.
My shit's broken as fuck.
I dropped it, Shammy.
Okay. Fuck. But that's different from this game entirely. Jack, oh my god. Okay, I need axe. Stone axe. There we go, I made it. But now we can't use it until next island. I'm dead. Put me on the bed. Thank you. I love how this is where we're gonna survive. Are you guys good?
Yeah,
Okay.
I need wood.
Oh, here. It's right behind you. Space!
It's not right behind me. It's in the water for me.
Did you grab them?
Yeah. I'm getting my
Okay,
ass
what the
eaten right now though.
Why did it drop in the water? I dropped it on... Okay, what the fuck? There's absolutely nothing. There's wood. So it's been... I love how it's been the same fucking shark following us this whole time. Come on. Yes! Nice.
Bro, I swear. I am so fucking bad at this fucking fishing thing.
Yeah, I am too. I guess it just takes time. Oh,
Why'd you pass out there? I can't. Oh, there we go.
I don't like when the waves go bigger. Shit. Come here, come here, come here, come. Muddy smells like fish. Have you ever played this game, Broken? Is it okay if I call you Broken? Space!
What did I fucking do?
You saved my barrel! Oh, that was Muddy.
Yeah! The fuck?
Muddy!
Oh, you see how you don't yell at Muddy like that?
Okay.
What?
You know what would be crazy? If we all swam out for all of those barrels, because that's a lot of fucking materials right there. Holy shit.
Alright, let's do it. Oh, wait. Come here, motherfucker. Bitch. Get the fuck out of here, motherfucker. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Hi.
Okay. Dude, I hate that shark.
See you, loser. You can jump over him, by the way, if you like time it right.
I'm not a pro gamer like you, buddy. Wait, we can make rugs? Huh?
Yeah, I just got a whole bunch of, or I got 2 like decoration things that allowed us to build things, I guess.
Space, are you okay? Why are you limping like that?
I'm hungry.
Oh. Well, how do I make a plot thing?
I just crafted one.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. I want to put some safe, but
Oh, so that we're...
there you go. I found a spot.
No. Oh my god, he's coming at me. Yeah, you better fucking... Okay, so...
Oh, that's a small. We need a medium for watermelon.
I mean-
seeds, apparently.
I have pineapple seeds.
I have a bunch of seeds. I have blue seeds. I don't know what that is. Black seed, white seed, pineapple seeds. I have jello seed. But I'm pretty sure those just are like flowers. Hold on, let me... Bro. Well, we might as well... Oh, we can't even grow the pineapple.
Sorry.
I'm killing myself.
Why?
I can't live with this fucking man. I can't live with this man.
Why? I'm sorry. It's not like I want to.
Oh my gosh. Next month will be full year for me. Oh, let's go. Okay, I'm just gonna put... Oh shit, okay. I wonder what the flowers do. Can you guys die quieter?
I know you're not fucking talking to me right now, bro. I swear.
What if I drink this water? Am I gonna die? Am I gonna die? Oh yeah, it's killing me. We need to focus on how...
Oh, I might die. Help me. Help me. Hi, can you fucking paddle towards me, please?
Oh,
I say I'm gonna die, and then I need someone to fucking help me, and you're not even fucking helping! walking towards me? God damn! Fuck you!
But the island.
Oh. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave.
No, no. I'm dying.
I need a fucking raw potato for us. I get no
Does anyone
thanks.
have a single rock? I need a single rock.
No, I don't.
No, I don't.
I have no
but we
rocks
are-
for not fucking.
We're on
paddling.
this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's
I
forever
can't even-
fucking grudge.
How do you guys run? I can't run.
Oh, whenever you're dehydrated or hungry or anything, you can't run.
Well, if you guys find food, let me know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the boat because I can't run either.
Shit.
It never stopped me. It might stop
Dude.
me.
There's not a single fucking coconut in any of the fucking islands. We've stopped that. There's
I didn't
nothing
get
in this
any
island.
fucking food out of this.
There's nothing in this island. Can I
Oh.
eat the flowers? No.
Why are you gonna eat flowers?
Isaac, what the fuck?
Where have you been,
Yeah,
Isaac?
Where the fuck have you
Some-
been?
Some stuff came up and I couldn't make it on time, but yeah, I'm here.
You mother freak, right?
Yeah, I'm good, it's okay.
Okay, that's good. Yo pensaba que se fue la luz en
no.
PR.
No, it's something else. But what's
Okay.
the code? It asked me for a code, a password.
Guess what it is?
Let me see, wait, let me guess.
It's like we're dying.
Yep, that's it.
I should have joined by surprise without
Oh.
being like...
Guys! Guys, put me in the bed!
Wait, imagine I spawn like where the game begins and I'm have to swim or something. Or do I spawn in the boat?
Oh, I think you'll spawn in a boat.
Let me see.
I should probably say thank you to Gamers React because it's because of him I ended up following you. I still think that's fucking crazy, not gonna lie, bro.
I dropped 2 watermelon on the floor, Shammy.
Where?
Repay my
Huh?
watermelon. Right here, right here.
Where?
I swear to God, Shammy, where am I standing?
Listen! Isaac,
Thank you.
Isaac looks like you, man!
No way!
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
Bro,
He's in red.
Bro,
I'm,
this
oh, I
sensitivity.
have. I'm.
Where am I even? I'm being mad. Oh, okay. Why sensitivity is so slow for some reason, bro?
That's
What
all
is
the
this
food I got, by
depressing
the way.
music?
We landed in like the perfect nook.
Wait, let me lower the music because it sounds like somebody's dying.
Yeah, we're all dying.
I am. My
Oh.
fucking will to live is dying here with these people. Oh my God.
Wait, who lit that? Who lit that?
I did. I fucking cooking water. You guys know how to cook water? Fucking play this about. You
got
play
fire
it.
starter?
Oh, I just put the cup of water on the thing.
Oh.
There.
I think it's sensitivity or you have to be forced to play with the...
How do I put the water in here?
You already did. That's why it's on fire.
I did. Oh, I did.
I can't play with these people. I can't live on this
Anybody
boat.
getting mad, by the way, we've been on this island too long.
Yes, please, let's get the fuck out of here.
I,
Oh, now
Is
you
it
can paddle,
slow
buddy.
or no?
Now
That's
you
it.
can paddle. That's so weird.
Wait, hold on.
I can't.
Space, you like to be-
I can't. Huh? Huh? About what?
You have to. Oh my.
Use your cup and take it out of the fucking.
I can't. I don't have a plank.
You don't have a what?
It's not letting me. It's not letting me use it. Space.
Shammy,
You're not doing anything about it.
walk over here. Come around.
Okay, I'm around.
Look at the cup.
Walk up. Space. There's no cup.
there we go.
Mouse button.
Can you put a plank in there?
Okay, shimmy. Right mouse button. Just press the right mouse.
I am. I drank it.
One.
Oh,
One. Do you see her it says E? No!
Oh my
You have to fill the fresh water!
space!
You see that? There you go!
It says place
my
pack!
Fucking drink it. Fucking
Okay.
drink your fresh water. Left. Drink it.
Oh.
I can't to live here. Isaac, please. Put me out of my
Okay.
misery.
I get it now.
Fucking kill me. Don't touch my fucking food. This is mine.
Girl, I just arrived. I'm trying to get loot and you taking my
Oh,
loot.
that's you? I thought you were Sammy. I'm sorry. That's my
What
bad.
the
Oh,
fuck?
That's my bad. I thought you were
Wow.
me trying to get the box into space. No!
Space, do you
Oh, the
want me to
shark.
put you out of your misery?
Wait, who's dead?
Please.
Why body dead?
Wait, what?
Who's body dead?
Come on, me motherfucker. Come on, come on. Ah! Fucking bitch. Guys! 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 Guys!
What?
Help!
Made it.
Fucking staring at me dying.
Girl, I barely see
I'm about
anything
to
because it's dark. I don't know why it's so dark for no
I'll do
reason.
you a favor.
Wait. I don't need to die. No, I don't need to die yet.
Morning. My girl, my guy, I don't know. He didn't even ask me anything.
Did you fucking
Yes.
smack me, Sammy?
By the way, Isaac, you pick your character on the main.
Oh, I just.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
just
sorry.
entered it. Didn't.
Oh my god.
Well, I don't even see myself, so.
I'm trying to play this fucking farming sim.
I'm sorry. We need more chests.
What do you
Um,
Press tab.
How do you even get a feather even? From a bird. It's not a bird in space.
That's a huge island. Holy shit.
Yeah. We should paddle over there. And there's also, I don't know if that's a bird or an eagle.
Oh, it's a bird. It's the same.
I made a paddle.
You know what I mean? Fuck.
Who has pineapple seeds?
Oh,
Face is running.
oh. Thank you for noticing me, Isaac. You know, not a lot of people fucking notice that.
Please. How do we make an anchor?
Molly's blessing the water over here. I
Throwable
barely see anything,
anchor.
and does the sun come out?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Does
okay.
anyone have rope or stone? Unless we already have.
I have one of each.
Oh, I need more than that. But I was saying because we need an anchor, right?
How do you break
Preferably
wood?
yes, just so we don't have to worry about the boat leaving.
Can I break the? I can't break the bamboo.
I got a mango.
Nice.
What is this?
There's a board! There's a board!
Yeah.
There's a
It looks to
board!
me. There's a board.
Bitch!
Okay, I dropped
I'm gonna die. I'm actually gonna die.
Let's
I'm gonna die. Guys.
Don't do
I'm
that.
fucking Simba over here.
It came.
Yeah, you're fucking running away, little bitch, because you're almost dying. Where did he go? Ah!
Why he attacking both of you? He just went by me.
Help!
Then he went straight to us.
I'm dead. Guys, I'm fucking dead.
Don't die.
What shall we
God
do?
damn it.
I don't know where your body is, Sham.
I don't know. I thought you were...
Oh, me now.
I don't know.
There's two boars. There's two of
Dude.
them.
There's a bird. The birds attack you.
Yep.
They just throw me a rock on my head.
Oh my god. He's eating me. He's eating me. He's chewing on me. There's two against one. There's 2 against 1.
Should I just...
Oh my god. This
No.
Don't on my head. And I died.
You lose half of your inventory if you respawn.
Okay,
Yeah.
don't respawn. Just wait. Oh
Okay.
my god, they're trying to get on the ship.
What? What is happening? Oh, I pick up a crate. There's mangoes here, but I need an axe.
I
There's a
have the axe
llama.
if you give me.
I have an
I'm in
axe.
the
We
other
don't have to
side
get
for
her.
it.
I'm joking.
What the fuck, Space?
Listen.
What happened to Sherry?
Well, I didn't feel like
Sharing.
anyone was very caring earlier.
Oh,
Oh,
oh my.
I have berries, I have pineapples.
Oh, I'm gonna die. I died.
No way.
This bird throws another rock at my head.
Muddy, are you dead?
No.
Okay.
He just doesn't care.
Isaac, Muddy, please.
The bird is like attacking Muddy. Going back. I was gonna explore like a LED light house that is on the other side.
Oh my god.
Where are you even? Can you pin it?
How do you pin? I don't know how to pin.
I don't know. I'm in the raft. Where did you die?
Okay, so if you get out of the raft and you go to the mountain on the right side, I should be on top of there somewhere. We are pretty bad at this game, I'm gonna be honest.
Why are you inside this thing? Oh, the boy's behind you.
There's a board right there. Oh,
I ate a pineapple. Oh, bro, he misses me. He can't even hit me.
wait. Yes, put me on the bed. Oh my god. on the bed? On the bed? What are you doing? Were you fucking teabagging me?
I have a dip.
There's no fucking way.
What?
This is so funny.
Fucking bitch! Come here, motherfucker! He's almost dead, guys.
I just
I
learned
learned-
how to make a rose
Yeah, me too.
with
too.
the same thing.
Alright, I'm gonna keep exploring because I also kind of want to kill that bird.
Do you want pineapples?
Explore my body. I'm somewhere on the ground.
Okay, do you know where did you go before you died?
Shami,
What?
you were looking straight at her when she said, "Oh, when Space said, can you guys look for my body?" You were looking at her. You were on top of her.
I didn't know. I did.
Like,
I'm dead
I already
again.
took her back.
I saw it on stream
you-
too. I saw
No.
Space Rocks right
I
there.
didn't see.
You fucking walked past.
I didn't see.
And then she died.
Sorry. Guys, if I see you, I'm gonna get you. I'm not gonna fucking just leave you there dying.
What is this thing? Why am I on top of this thing?
It's a
I
board
don't know.
for
Yeah.
you.
Oh, okay.
This game's hard.
Do you explore the house or not yet?
I'm dead. The house isn't. It's a shop. There's like a shop over there. But we don't have like materials to buy things. I'm dead, by the way.
Coming.
I'm looting the floor of this lake.
Bro,
Metal.
What is this? Oh, there's like a mine
fucking bitch.
Oh, then
Bro.
or
I
like
know
a
about
cave.
that.
Oh, you need a shovel? Oh, we don't have a shovel.
Dude, this
found
place.
mushrooms.
He's in the fucking rat! He's in the rat! My shit broke! I'm dead.
Why you keep dying by the board?
It keeps fucking me, man.
Huh?
Are you by the shop, buddy?
No. Sammy, save me. I'm on the boat now.
Okay.
I'm gonna fucking kill that motherfucker. I don't have shit. Can I make a spear again? Fuck. Is a stupid spear the only thing we can use as a weapon?
Right now, I
I'd
think
use
so.
an axe.
What the fuck is that bird?
Yeah, he throws rocks. Girl, you should have told me I stay in the same spot.
I said, oh my god, it's a bird, and you fucking stayed there. It's not my fault.
Me cago en tu puta madre, canto, cabrón. Me pa- ¡Ah! Bitch! Right in your... I'm dead again. I'm dead again.
There's no fucking way, Shammy.
Can you please leave the boar alone or something?
I wasn't even fucking with him. He literally just follows
Bird is
me.
gonna kill me.
Hey, look,
Dude,
guys,
he
we're able to make a motivational quote now.
Oh my god.
Yeah. The
That's the last thing I need right now.
End my life.
Please help somebody.
Where are you by?
I don't even know.
Oh, I did get a
I'm
coconut.
dead. The bird killed me.
No fucking way.
I'm by the shop. On the other side of the
Okay,
island.
I'll see if I can try and grab you.
Should we just start from the
That's what
beginning?
Oh, 20 is the max for... Okay.
You wanna start from the beginning, speedrun it? Or...
I don't know, but well, yeah, we can if you guys want. It's up to you guys. I'm gonna leave it up to you guys. I'm. Oh,
Oh! Never mind. We got the warhead.
yeah, but there's another one, and there's also a fucking shark. Also, Muddy, I don't know where you were when you killed him, but I'm nearby.
I'm at the boat.
Oh, okay, so if you go out, you go to the right side where there's two palm trees. That's where I died.
Question, is there anything important? Like in my inventory is crabs, there's a slime, there's screws, metal piece,
Oh,
clay.
yeah, well, keep that stuff. That I don't have any of that.
Okay, I was gonna surrender in this pump.
I'm going to the shop right now.
Wait, can you buy stuff at the shop?
Not yet. Modi checked first and he said that there was we
I don't see
couldn't,
your
but I was.
body over here.
And go to the shop, try to buy and you will see me dead.
Oh, you're right at the, like, buying thing?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
I thought I was safe while buying, but no, the bird just threw me something in my head. There's a bird. He threw a rock. Oh, there you are. Oh, I can teleport to a safe location.
I don't know if I can swim with you on. Oh, I guess I can?
Why are you jumping?
Because I was jumping up a rock.
No, but it looks like you're jumping while you're carrying me. Oh, did you? Huh? Hello?
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 Oh, there.
Hello?
Space was walking in the air for a second there.
Hi, Shammy. I'm looking for you next.
Yes. I don't know where you are, so I can't really give you directions.
Ooh, pineapple.
Is there more? Can we make more chests? How do we make more chests? How do we even?
You if you press tab,
Tab.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's
Oh,
also a.
Water glasses.
We need plastic and rope.
Anyone have an extra water glass by chance?
I have a cup.
No.
Yeah.
Ow!
Oh
Bro,
my
I
God.
fucking fell through the fucking thing.
Here you go. Muddy, where you at? Here you go. Wait. Are we leaving? I'm not ready to leave yet.
No, we're not leaving.
I need to make another fucking spear. God fucking damn it. Okay, that's exactly what I was doing. Also, I don't know if you guys heard me earlier, but I don't know why I picked that up. Is there a way to make another weapon other than spear?
Not without researching, I don't
recipes?
think.
For right
Man.
now. No.
Damn. Okay. We're gonna have to get a lot of materials because this break. Oh, I don't know who's getting. Holy shit!
You okay? Oh, that was me.
I was gonna say someone's getting fucked by a boar.
There's a wild animal right there next to right there, boar. Come on.
Oh, that's a deer! We need to kill it. Hold on, let me make a spear first. Fuck! Okay, I need to make... How do I... No way! No way! No way! Space!
What?
You let the fucking boar at me?
I didn't fucking go anywhere. I just fucking wanted you.
Wait, how do I make this? Oh, fuck.
How do you make what?
Okay, I got it. I got it. Okay, I had enough for one. I need stone.
Ouch.
I need what the fuck?
Anonymous
Anna!
you just subscribed. Testing.
Oh my god, what the fuck, Anna? Thank you so much for the fucking resub? Is that a resub? What the fuck? That for 13, that's holy shit, dude. Thank you. I had done it and another. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it's just me, but this fucking the things have been so glitched lately. Okay, I'm ready to kill this motherfucker. Also, welcome back, Anna.
I swim in the ocean.
Come
I'm
here,
picking up
dear.
stuff from the ocean.
Don't mind if I come kill you. We need you for food. Come on, please.
I fucking see you, Tammy.
Oh, please. We need food for dinner, please. No. I need help with this gun, guys.
I
Please.
saw that bird throwing a rock to somebody.
Not me. I might not capture this bitch. Come here, bitch. Oh my god. Oh, he's throwing. Oh! You thought,
There's a boat
motherfucker!
over
You
here,
thought!
Tammy. We gotta go back to the boat, Tammy.
No way. Bro. I think this board's almost dead too. Haha, bitch, you missed! Te cogí el truco, cabrón! Te cogí el truco! Okay, I'm gonna die! Come here, bitch. Right in the ass. Right in the ass. Right in the ass. Right in the ass. No, please, no, don't leave me, guys. Guys! Please! I'm trying to bring home food. He's almost dead. He's almost dead. He's almost dead, dude. I can tell he's almost dead. Where you at? Where you at? Come here. Oh, are you stuck? Are you stuck? Bitch? I'm dead.
Okay, I placed some food on
I don't know
a new
who's-
container in the ship.
I don't know who's there with me. What the fuck?
Clark and Ms. Max Cheer.
Clark!
X100. Game over.
No, not the game over. Hi, Clark. How are you? Thank you so much for the bit of this. You didn't have to fucking do that. What the fuck? Oh my god. I'm not gonna say shit. But hi, how are you? Hero. Who is carrying me right now? Muddy?
It's Isaac. Oh,
Oh.
is it?
No. Where do you drink
Thank
water?
you.
I killed it with the last durability of my spear, by the way. It was literally one hit.
Are you serious? I was so.
water.
What the fuck? You're wearing the mask?
Oh yeah, here you go. Here's one.
Let's go. Thank you. How do you wear it?
You put it
How
on
do
the
I
like
drink
clothing spot. So you have to.
Am I wearing it?
There's an empty cup on the ground.
Yeah, I created it, but like I don't know what it is, and I don't.
So you go over to the sea, and then you fill it with salt water, and then you come over here, and then you fill it
What
in
crap,
this,
baby?
but it's already cooking right now. So
It's okay. What the fuck?
Weak_soul has gifted a sub to
No!
Sam_Benadu.
Wait, who harvested the plants? Where did they go?
What the fuck?
Weak_soul has gifted
no
1
idea.
subs to viewers.
I have
Wait,
2
why
potatoes in
is-
my inventory? Maybe I did it by accident.
Yeah, I
My
planted a potato and I planted a beet.
Fucking Soundalers is
I
fucking
planted 2
broken.
potatoes.
Wix, so
I
thank you
don't-
so much.
I
What
don't
the
have anything
freak?
in my inventory, though.
You didn't have to. What are you guys doing? You son of a bitch! Guys,
By the way, I
What?
don't have a spear anymore, so I can't help you. if
I'm
you
gonna
die.
fucking die. Where's the fucking shop?
That's not what. Oh, that's why, bro. I just drank seawater.
Okay, I'm gonna break this. Hopefully I don't die.
Ow!
That's exploded.
How do I grab the mangoes? Never mind, I grabbed it. Oh my gosh. What is that? Guys, I think I found a kangaroo. Wait, what the fuck is that? The fuck is that?
That's a llama.
Hello? Oh, it's a llama. You guys got quiet all of a sudden. It makes me think I fucking disconnected.
Oh no, you're good.
You're going crazy with it.
No, I'm just making sure I don't DC.
By the way, whoever wants that meat on there can have it.
I'm trying to find this chop you guys were talking about. Oh, never mind. I found it. Bitch, come here. Come here. Wait, does the board drop any meat, Muddy?
Yeah, whenever I picked it up, it only gives 2 meat per board.
Okay. Okay, that's good.
There we go. I'm figuring this shit out.
It bounces funny, yes.
Wait, so how'd you do that?
What I
You
wanna
drag
kill.
items into the research thing, and then it unlocks a bunch of stuff.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, alright.
You fucking missed, bitch. You fucking missed.
I don't have a spear to stop
I
that.
want to see. Fuck me. Where did it go? It's getting the fucking rocks. It's getting the fucking.
We need to leave soon. Because I
Okay.
don't have any wood left, and I don't have
I-
anything to, like, chop down trees.
I have wood. I'm just trying to see if I can kill this stupid bird. Oh, I see it. Okay, I think I know its routine now. Fuck. Okay.
You have to kill
Maybe-
like, you have to attack him while he's picking up a rock. That's the
Yeah,
only
but
time you're
it's-
gonna have.
It's gonna be hard because you have to kind of predict where he's gonna go next. Maybe it's just not worry about him right now.
Do you have all the materials to do that, Space? How are you doing that?
I just have a lot of stuff. I don't know.
My anus.
Oh.
I almost died. Ooh. There's Sheeny. Air horn. And a compass. I can't sell shit because we don't got shit. Alright, well, let's get the fuck out of here now, guys. I guess I got attacked while I was on the fucking store. How rude. The funny bouncing thing is aerial support. What the fuck? Guys, I'm dead.
Girl.
Please. I was on my way back so we can leave.
Well, you died in the water too.
I think so.
In which location?
I was like leaving the store thinking.
Oh,
That
this
was-
palm over.
Ah! my life. No.
Watermelon. I'm gonna eat that before I leave.
What the fuck, Isaac?
Wow. So you wanted the watermelon? That's why you went there?
Did anyone spare a piece of plastic?
If I have
might.
some.
You don't have any plastic, buddy?
I might have one on me after this fish. I'll do that. I just need food.
I have food in the chest over here.
Okay, here you go. How many do you need?
Just one. This chest right here has some fruit in it.
Bro.
Oh,
Birds coming to me.
Alright.
I also just got a bunch of fish as well.
We've been good at going at it and trying to survive, but this game is hard. This game's actually
I don't know.
Girl, you
hard.
have died
I don't
so
know if the
many
game is hard or
times
you're just
already.
struggling.
Listen, it's because I'm not getting hit from you guys.
Okay, Chami, no, sit. Can you go there? Can you come over here? Come over here. Can you sit
What?
down there? Sit down.
No, I don't trust
No.
you.
No, sit down, okay? Please.
Why?
Girl, I don't even know how to make a weapon. Okay, stay there, please. You're more safer there.
Okay.
Just stay there.
Okay, are we ready to leave?
Yeah, let's leave.
Yep.
Let's go.
Where the hell's the bucket? Oh, did we already
Oh,
put
get
it?
back to your chair. Get back to your chair. Chami's attacking. Chami just attacked me.
No, I
Yeah,
didn't.
we must have removed it.
Oh, Isaac, you wanted me to get in by the fucking shark.
Well, I'm pushing the boat.
You better get up here. Okay, finally. Oh my god. Isaac, where the fuck are you going?
I'm very
Because
hungry.
the boat is not gonna go to the front, so.
There's fruit in the.
I'm not a cannibal.
I have a meat on the thing.
Thank you for the hug.
Oh, you have to place planks. There are places
Yeah, we're
planks gonna come there.
I'm having fun. I'm just a little tired, but that's about it.
No, don't be tired. Wake up.
What?
Don't be
I
tired.
haven't done anything.
What? So you can bully me more?
Yeah.
I fucking knew it.
What they do
I
with
need to
this?
leave.
Bitch. He's dead!
Oh shit!
He's dead!
Oh,
Yeah, you should be able to loot him.
I am. Let's
Hell,
go!
me, let's go. I'll paddle back towards you.
I told y'all guys I was gonna bring us fucking food for dinner.
white shark.
Because why not? Also, shit!
Buddy.
Wait, we can eat this.
Buddy. check me
Guys,
out.
Oh my god.
guys, wait, don't leave me, guys. Oh, that's your stone.
Someone check me
Yeah.
out.
What do you
I have
mean
done
check
all
you
of
out?
that already.
Oh, let's go.
I took a.
I'm the only one basic.
Ew! Oh my god.
Oh, the crops just grew. We can pick
The
them up.
back of the.
It was crazy, Shammy.
What?
Why are you saying ew? You don't like my. You don't like how I
Wait.
look?
Because like if you look at the back of it, it
Oh,
looks
we have a water
disgusting.
Yeah, I did that before. It has to be with this water over here.
Okay.
Oh, Isaac the gardener. Okay. I replanted them and I'm putting the crops in the.
Well,
storage.
if Isaac wants to be the gardener, I guess I'm gonna put all my seeds in here.
Bro, I
the
barely
human
know how to
bait,
make a
Jamie.
weapon.
I'll be the attacker. I'll kill the sharks and shit.
You're the
I
bait.
just need. Huh?
Huh?
The what?
Nothing.
Did you just call me the piggy?
No, I said the bait.
Oh, what the fuck? What did I get? Oh, I learned something. Dude, how do I learn this blueprint?
I don't think we have to be afraid of the shark for now. I mean, he died. He doesn't come back right away, right?
Yeah, I think he
Hopefully
It's
not.
for a while.
grace period.
I have
Some
seeds
sharks
for
appear
palms
after.
for palm tree. What do we have growing here right now?
I don't know what's
Potato,
gonna find watermelon.
And
Potatoes and
beet.
We need to make a medium one further.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
researched it. We can make it though.
dude, we need to make this rock bigger first of all. That's what we need to do. How do we make?
For a medium plot, we need 8 planks, 3 scrap. I have 3 scrap, but no planks.
I have 20 planks in my thing. I can put it in the chest.
I have scraps somewhere. I think.
Oh, I'm getting hungry.
I
Wait,
probably
what?
don't actually. I don't know if I put it in the thing.
Give me a pineapple.
Muddy, how do you make the floor for the raft?
You need to make a hammer.
Oh shit. Okay.
This should be in like the tools, like the axe and the shovel section.
Yeah.
I think.
If I know. Okay, there we go.
There's a shark. There's a shark. There's a shark going to space.
There
There's a
is?
shark going to space. Yeah.
No!
You
no,
can jump
no.
over it.
Ah! Let me up. Alright, well I farmed pretty good, I think. Yeah, I have 53 wood. I'll put a stack of it in the chest. I know, right?
A better axe would be amazing.
Uh,
Who's fucking dying?
What?
Does anyone have 1 scrap?
Oh, I have 12.
Oh, what the fuck, Isaac?
What?
You gotta fucking carry all of that?
Did you put it in like one of
I
the
don't know how
boxes?
to.
Oh wait, there's one scrap
I don't
in
even
there,
know.
Muddy.
Oh, I
How-
found it.
Also, how do I cook? Because I have shark meat. I'm gonna put it in
You need
there.
Planks. You have to put planks on the meat or on the grill, but I have a fish on there right now.
Okay, I'm gonna eat because I'm dying. The sharks just wanted pets.
What is the boat over there? There's another boat.
That's. Thank you. You guys got
There's.
Yeah.
wood on your ship? I might have
I
to
don't
write
have
this
a
up.
paddle anymore.
What?
Oh.
What do you mean we got
Ow.
wood?
What the
I'm
fuck?
dying.
What?
How'd I get
Guys! I'm going.
I thought, Chami, there's a
Bro, we've
shark.
been knowing.
It's okay.
We're
It's
trying
okay.
to get over.
It's okay. Guys,
Just
I got
loot
this.
the crate on top, and then you should be able to jump over.
Is this? I'm good. Okay, I took everything. I got a recipe too. I think that's it. Is that it? Yes.
big
All right. Can
funnel?
you? Wait, no. You guys gotta help me, please. It's shrinking. It's shrinking. Guys, I need you to fucking come towards me, please. Hello? Hello?
I'm fucking paddling, girl.
The fucking shark's coming! I'm coming.
I'm looking back on it.
I'm
You
good.
fucking looking back at it instead of swimming forward.
Oh my god. You know, you can't fucking thank me later.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, because I was the hero.
I fucking paddled towards you.
No,
the fuck?
no, okay, but you guys were. No, you were just sitting there thinking about it. Oh, should we go over there? Oh, there's a shark over there. You gotta just fucking jump.
I hate it here.
Anyways, there's a vegetable soup recipe.
Anyways.
I don't know. It only
fucking plastic.
just
look
gave
at my
me.
fish.
Here, I have 3 plastic space
You took my fish.
right there. I didn't. Who wants the vegetable soup recipe? Space here. You're a soup person.
Oh, thank you.
And then I don't think I got anything else other than a lot of what's it called? Wood and shit.
Where is it, Shim?
I put it right here. Here,
Right
let me
where?
drop it again. You see it?
No.
What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna put it on the chest.
Okay.
I put it out here.
Thank you.
Yep. I'm trying to stay user friendly. I don't know if that's. Oh, this is another shark that wants to fucking die. But you can go ahead and say, oh, weed? Oh, I wish we had weed in this fucking boat, man. Make it easy to deal with all these people.
That's what I'm saying. I can't fucking stand you guys.
He just wanted pets. You should go back and no! Actually, what if I do and then just like kill him?
Oh.
What?
Can you move a little bit? Sorry.
Why are
We
you
can
guys
play
dying?
watermelons now.
Yo, let's go. Wait, hold on. Grab the seeds. Grab the seeds. I'm gonna eat like a fat ass. Where? Where? Bitch, get the fuck out of here.
I
Island!
planted them.
Island!
Holy
Space,
shit.
Okay.
What?
The way you just jump for it.
Oh, does anyone have a plank?
What? I have 12 of them.
I
The
put
water?
20 in the chest, bro.
Yeah, I built some more platforms.
Bruh.
And then I built this thing.
Wait, how do
And
you
this
fix...
This thing was like 12, I think.
Oh, wait, never mind. Body, I'm gonna put the planks on this chest up here where the seats are. Is there not a paddle? Need another, paddle.
Shark is killing me.
You should volunteer
Oh my god.
space to pet the shark.
Help.
I'm sorry,
What
I don't have a
happened?
paddle anymore.
Wait. Isa?
Bro, I was gonna make the picture rat and motivated.
Isa, are you good?
My mom was dead.
Hey,
But
what the
it's...
hell is this?
Oh,
Huh?
what?
What happened?
What is
There's a
what?
net, it catches materials in it that we drive into.
Oh yeah, okay, I remember about that. Okay.
I have
Bro, we
seen
should have
people
done that
making
forever
like,
ago. I don't know why we weren't.
people surround the boats. They just collect automatically.
Why are we going... Ooh, what's in here? Wow.
Where are we even?
I don't know. This is not a good place to like land. I don't know who's driving the fucking raft.
I drove it. If you ever opened your fucking eyes, you'd be able to see there's a way to get
Space.
in on the other side. What?
You somebody take the paddle from Space.
Oh yeah, take the paddle that I built with my fucking hard-earned materials.
We share everything. What do you mean?
What do you mean we share everything? I don't share shit.
Oh, okay. I see how it is. So you were never wanting to share the pickaxe with me or the axe. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh
I'm
shit!
getting us fucking coconuts.
I can't get up.
Is the raft moving? Please, someone tell me if the raft is moving.
No, it's not.
You managed to budget in a good spot.
Thank you. Oh yeah, but I need my thing taken away, right, Shammy?
Yes, because you drove it. Oh, you know what? You're a better driver than me.
I didn't want.
Hi, Renji. Hi. I miss you. How are you doing? You played this game before?
Push the boat.
Who just keeps... Bro, whoever keeps dropping the seeds...
Why do we need them? I'm on Team Muddy now. I don't know why we need them.
I want them to grow.
Exactly. Exactly.
The flower seeds?
I fucking but Spice. You can use the flower seeds for the flowers is for soups and stuff, and teas. Oh my
Doubt.
god. Where are you guys at?
I'm on the thing.
Oh,
Islanding.
I didn't think there's I didn't think there was
Oh my god, it's
full damage. Where's the
I
shark
know where
at?
you like. Where you like. Painting. This island?
You right click them. There you go.
I think
Oh,
it's stuck in this
Oh,
corner.
it's breaking our net.
Oh no.
Get the fuck out of here, cabrón.
This corner over here is the one botch into the island.
Wait, so how are we gonna get out of here?
I think remove this square over here, I suppose.
Oh no, we should be able to paddle.
Oh, there.
Oh, wow.
Okay, what? I literally timed that perfectly. What the fuck?
Where are you?
I'm in the fucking thing trying to fight this shark. I fucking timed it, bitch! Guys? Guys? Hello? What the fuck? Why you leave me behind?
I was unsticking us.
I played a fuck ton of this game. My cousin plays him more. I call him Sharkman Frank. Look at me, I have to eat all these fucking coconuts because Space was fucking leaving me.
Coconuts? How many coconuts are you fucking eating?
All the ones I got! Yeah, you cook. You better cook for me.
What the fuck?
Yeah, because you costed me literally most of my health. I am only at like literally at. I have nothing!
I...
Yes!
Oh, that's crazy. I don't remember doing that.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
You don't remember fucking leaving me behind?
Nope. Didn't happen.
Oh my god, look at the watermelon! So cute! ¿Quieres más, cabrón? ¿Quieres más? I need to craft another one, hold on. But I need rope. How many ropes can I make? Yes. Yes!
This shit takes forever to cook. What the hell? Oh, is it done? Oh no, I need to place another plank. God. What's wrong?
The whole ass whale.
Huh? Where?
Right here.
It just left.
I
Yeah,
see
it's
it.
under the water now. It's going that way.
That. Ooh, I can't. Guys, Island, don't laugh for me.
I'm sorry.
I can make a little phobia. I can't.
Damn, cooked shark meat gets you fucking a lot. I'll put that one on for someone
Oh,
else.
and you ate it. You ate it instead of give it to me?
I literally... I can't fucking do this.
Hey, Island. Space.
No fucking way. What? What is the fucking problem?
There's not. It's just funny how you just fucking jump in the water. That was mine. I saw it first.
Yours. How
What
is
the
that
fuck?
yours?
Because I saw it first. Oh, fuck.
Who's putting fucking seeds in the food chest?
Guys, we need to go into the island.
Where's your fucking paddle, Jamie?
I don't have a paddle!
Where'd you fucking make one?
Well, I can because somebody keeps taking my fucking materials and nobody wants to fucking share.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe if you let me drive, maybe.
If I let you drive, fucking get a paddle and you can drive.
No, you give me the paddle then.
I fucking paddle.
No, because I will drive better than you anyway.
You wanna drive?
Yes, I do. Oh
no.
Keanu. Wait, oh my
no.
gosh.
Oh god.
Bro, the boat is leaving. The boat is leaving.
Bye, Sammy.
Guys, please stop the boat. Please stop the boat. Look, that's what you get. That's what you get.
Oh, that's what I get? Okay. Okay,
No!
let's see what you get. Let's see what you get.
Space! Please!
Am I the only one with a fucking spear?
Yeah.
No, you're...
I can't play with these people.
Guys, I
By these
need...
people, I mean you, Shammy.
Guys, I got raid. I need help. Please. I got raid again. Somebody please give a shout out to Keanu, please, Keanu. Gracias por el fucking... Por la puta raid. ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo estuvo tu stream? And you're playing Fortnite? Let's go. I haven't played Fortnite in... Oh my god, in like how many months? I don't even know. I don't even know how many months. But I miss it and I know that... Yo!
Oh, the bird! A bird just ate the seeds.
Yes! Yep. Look at him. Look at him. Pendiente. Para matarlo a los cabrones. Yep. No, well, not just that. We can kill them for food. Who the fuck is it? Oh, that's Muddy. Okay, anyways, thank you so much for the raid, dude, the freak. Poquito. ¿Cómo estuvo tu stream? Gonna be silent for a bitch and just what? Okay, Clark, thank you so much for the lurky.
Is anyone in scrap?
I might. Thank you for giving the shouty space.
Yeah, no problem.
Here, I'm gonna drop my thing. Here you go.
Isaac, you're on my shit list.
Where's the box? Voy a hacer con mi papá y hermano ahorita. Let's
Of
go. I hope you have an amazing dinner with your family.
Of what?
I'm dying.
I feel like you just picked up the fucking box. Where's the box?
What box are you talking about?
Someone dropped scrap for me and then the box was picked up.
Oh, I picked it back up because I didn't think you saw it here. Space is right behind you. Oh, okay.
I need one more scrap.
That's all I had.
Oh, well, thank you. Muddy!
Well, I have 11.
What?
Oh my god.
I need scrap.
I need to eat. Pero sí, espero que tengas una bonita cena con tu familia y gracias por el rey. Espero que tengas una bonita noche y te quiero mucho y espero que te hayas divertido y recuerda cuidarte, beber agua y
I'll drop it again. Watch me.
y mamar chocha,
Oh my god.
Thank you.
comer culo también,
No.
de todo un poco, de todo un
Promote
poco.
that.
Guys, this is an island.
We have a bigger storage now.
Yo, that looks like a
Come on,
Minecraft
damn it.
chest.
My pineapple.
I'm putting all of this stuff.
Sound more excited, Isaac. Oh, more than
Here,
8?
I'm collecting leaves.
Yeah, if I fucking leave.
Look
Get
at this
fucked.
woman going to.
Yeah, well, you fucking did that to me.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Guys, can we put the seeds in
do
one?
something.
What?
Space is stealing all the stuff from the ocean.
Oh, not all of
Like,
it.
she
Oh.
contributing too much to global warming. Like, she
Whoever-
has to reduce and let the ocean be contaminated.
Oh my god.
Holy Jimmy.
Hey guys, can we put all the seeds on this one over here and then
Just
Hold
put
on.
it in whatever is empty because everything's full every time I go to put stuff.
I want to be organized.
Shammy,
Yes.
can you make yourself a paddle, please?
Space.
Don't
Do you
use this
see
fucking starter.
that? Do you see if I have any materials?
I see. You know,
Are we
it's kind
close
of
to
weird.
the-
There's so many fucking materials in the
There's
fucking
an
ocean.
island that we can go to.
Yeah, make a fucking paddle.
Okay, you know, let me just go into my fucking crafting real quick and show you that I can't fucking make it. I don't even know what that is. I don't know.
It's in the sail. It's in the sail. It's in the sail.
Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. I don't have
Look at
shit.
fucking look at that. I can't see.
Hold on, maybe I can make, fuck me, hello, ¿dónde está?
Paper.
Where the fuck is it? Oh, it's right here. Okay,
Shark.
Since I
Bro.
can net again.
I need
Oh,
plastic.
does anyone? Can someone else make a fucking spear too?
I need plastic.
You're the sharker. You have the shark head.
Fucking apparently.
Any water.
Guys,
What?
Any water. I'm cooking.
I need plastic.
Where'd my shark go?
I drank it.
Does anybody have fucking plastic?
Which type?
Ya para que ya se nos perdió el fucking, la fucking isla se nos perdió.
How many? How many?
I don't know, however many you have.
Okay, I put it in the storage with the food storage.
Why?
I gave it to you?
Thank you.
Okay,
so
you sure?
do we want to go back or no?
I mean, not really a point now.
Okay.
Yo, do we have 4 glass?
We're going.
There's glass in this game?
No,
This is cooking out
What
for
you
some
been
reason.
doing, Anna?
for some reason, because of Shammy.
What? What did I do?
It's in pain a lot.
Bro, I was like,
I-
nobody has seen these two barrels. Let me get them and put Muddy and Space synchronized swimming going to the.
Wait, stop
my-
paddling, Shammy, please.
Okay, I'm done. What happened?
I need help.
Hurry up.
I would fucking do it, but I'm starving. I'm starving. Shammy, can you... Thank you.
There.
Fucking
Okay.
watch me from the side, and then you say I
That's
watch
what.
you from.
Oh,
I was literally about to say that.
that's what you.
I wasn't. That's why I'm collecting materials for that all this
Yeah, I
time.
literally needed 3. I needed 3 palm leaves. I was working on that right now.
How do we even fold it down?
I can't win.
Oh, there we
Yeah, you can't.
go. Shami,
Wait,
do
what the
work, Shami.
fuck?
You,
Yo, do you see guys? Do you see what's in front of us right now?
No.
You will in a second. What happened, Isa? What the fuck?
You
What's the
didn't
point of
have to
paddling
walk.
now?
continue.
I can't fucking see because of this goddamn thing.
Holy fuck, that island is huge.
Yeah.
Damn.
I got an anchor.
Oh, but I don't know how to drive.
You're not driving.
I am driving. I'm
You
fucking
missed it.
paddling.
I've placed an anchor down. Not ready to throw it yet, but
What the fuck? The fuck you mean I'm not driving?
God.
Why you say that?
You're too
I'm fucking
funny,
dying.
Sammy.
Bro, no I'm not. No I'm not.
No.
No, not.
Prepare the anchor. I'm dying. I'm dry. I'm starving.
Eat.
No, no, cabrón. ¿Con qué comida? ¿Con qué comida? The fuck?
Okay.
Oh my god.
Amy, how's your liquid low?
What do
What do you
you
even fucking
mean?
eat? What do you eat? Why are you dehydrated? You eat fruit. You get
I haven't eaten shit!
Well, maybe you should.
Oh, what is there fucking... Say Julio.
What?
What is this fucking flag for? Guys, my
It's
paddle
cute.
died.
Win.
My paddle
The flag
died.
points the direction forward. It tells us which direction the water is gonna push us.
What?
Jamie, are you like only carnivorous? Look, there's 2 big watermelons here that you can eat.
Alright,
Oh, but I didn't fucking know.
I'm eating one already.
Oh, I'm out of food. I need something.
Oh, it gives a lot of water.
Oh my.
Space. If I
What?
could record that. As soon as you
Space.
said I'm hungry, I need
Come here.
to eat something.
There's a
Jamie's
boar.
print
No,
is
I
so
got some
fast
beets.
with the watermelon.
I got some beets.
Okay.
Beets are fibrous.
I have 4 wood. I need 4 wood.
Yes, I have some here.
I have 9.
Hey! Pájaro! Isaac!
Okay.
The fucking bird!
Thank you.
Bitch! Alright, dropped it. It's over there. Over here, buddy. Oh,
Can you leave our net alone?
he's
Make
almost
something
dead.
more outside of that. Maybe
He
he
went-
attacks the thing that is more
Alright, can you
outside.
drop the wood now?
It's right over here.
Thank you.
That
was
truck's
scared
almost
I
dead though. Okay, I can't run or do nothing.
Hey, yo, is that a dodo bird?
What the fuck? It's a doodle bird.
It's too fast for me.
Yeah, I can't run. What the fuck? Come here, bitch.
There should be some potatoes on the ship, Sham.
It's okay, I'm already in the island.
Girl. Do you want me to bring them to you?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I was gonna have these giant clams, but I don't think you can eat them.
Put them in the chest, or I threw them away. I don't know what they did with them.
Yo, there's a huge ass thing on the very, very top up there. I don't know what that is, but oh, never mind. Maybe not.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Never mind. The lighting made me think it was something else.
Hopefully it's enough for me to run at least.
Is it?
Nope.
No, really?
Wait, it is!
Okay, that's
Thank
good.
you.
Loading.
Let's try and get you more food.
Yeah, we'll see if I can find we can find some here. It's
Oh,
up
there's
there.
a shop on the very, very top.
Hope it doesn't have the same materials as before.
It's not like we can sell anything for it though. I'm gonna look around the back of the island. There's nothing so far.
I'm here at the shop. Is anybody near it?
God damn it.
It's not a very food forward island.
Oh, I found a crate and it
Oh.
filled my whole inventory.
That's so cute. Also, look at how big the moon is.
Did anyone see the strawberry moon the other night?
No. Did you see it? Space.
Hallucinating 'cause you were
A space. A space.
wrong?
A space.
What's
A
wrong?
space.
What's wrong?
Board. Bitch. Ow!
That keeps asking for trash.
He's fucking me. Fucking bitch. Motherfucker. We're fucking fighting for our lives over here. Space, you hit me! You fucking hit me! You fucking hit me!
Sorry.
His fucking me! I'm gonna die. There's a bird! There's a bird!
Jimmy!
Oh,
There's a bird as well, just so you know. You saw the bird,
please, I'm
Joey?
dead. I'm dead.
I got you. Come on. I got you.
right there.
Okay. Oh. There's
Oh
I
a
think
my-
I got a head for you.
There's the bird with the fucking rocks, dude.
There's a deer running around.
That's not a deer, that's a doodoo.
No, there's a deer up here as well.
A doo-doo.
Our doodoo bird.
It's so fucking cute. A doo-doo bird.
I thought that's how you say it. That's how they say it
It's a
on
dodo
Animal
bird.
Crossing. But in Animal Crossing, they say doodoo.
Well, Animal Crossing, they don't fucking speak English, Sammy. They just have weird ass sounds. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Then look how far we were from the fucking thing.
I'll cook you food right now, Sammy.
Thank you.
She will die.
Oh, there's a cooked fish over here, I think, or maybe it needs more planks. Oh, well, you're gonna have to eat that fish.
You can eat it though. Wait, what? The bird? Who's fucking dying?
I'm sorry.
Me, the bird.
Oh. No, you're good, Muddy.
Oh, God.
Wait, did you kill the boar, Space?
I did.
Oh, thank you. Oh my god. Motherfucker was fucking me so... I was tasting so good, but...
Wait, was it the
Bro,
boar that
that
was,
sounds
halfway up
bad.
the
Grace is
mountain?
not doing her job.
I was... Okay, fuck you. I was researching, and did you pick up the fish?
Yeah.
Bruh, you're cooking a fucking potato? I have fucking
And?
meat! I was trying to
It
cook
was-
meat for fucking Shammy! I know,
Well,
I'm about to
no more
starve.
happens to it.
No, fuck you, Isaac. You fucking want
I hit the bird.
shark.
I hit the
Eat
bird.
the fucking raft, and then you're like, oh, I even got you ahead. Here.
I hit the bird.
Wow!
We got
Wait,
you
what?
a fucking head.
How do we even... Why the
I-
warfuck?
It
I'm
has
sorry,
to be
it's
low.
not
I
the
hit it.
fucking fashion statement you wanted. It's all I fucking
Damn,
had.
Isaac. Qué mal agradecido. What the fuck? Shaking my head on you. Yo, I found a bunch of hongos. And dirt. I don't know how to... Wait, how do you make a... We can't make a shovel, can we?
We need ingots.
For a fucking shovel?
Yeah.
Wait, there's a... I got a crate! I have... Guys, I have a hinge, metal ingot, and glass out of a fucking...
Hello?
Hello?
Oh my god.
What?
Keep the mushroom.
I just found a bunch of good shit, dude.
Let's go. Oh, dang,
bunch
that
of-
baked potato looks good, Isaac.
Oh, did you
What?
find a cave?
How you go?
I found a
Okay,
cave,
let's
but
eat it.
I found
No,
a bunch
no,
of
no, I
like
got some cooked meat cooking.
I found metal ingot, hinge, glass, metal ore,
How many
scrap.
glass?
Huh?
How many glass?
Just one, sadly.
Oh.
But there's a bunch of places we can shovel up, but I don't know how to make a shovel.
We need an ingot. You need to research the ingot, and then we'll need another ingot to make the shovel.
Bro, I've hit
Bro,
it like
this-
6 times.
This bird just has no cares in life. Okay, I missed my shot. That's a chicken. What did you guys find on top? No, I missed.
Hit it.
Oh, that makes sense. Come here, you little bitch. God damn it.
I missed, damn it. Bro, I've hit him so many times. How is it still alive? That's not even worth the fucking on it anymore. Fucking
He's dead!
finally.
Yeah, that's a chicken.
Oh, can we not?
Can you...
Bro, do we need like a fucking like a thing to like harvest it? That's gonna be annoying.
No way. Oh my god, look at the little wings. No, I feel kind of bad. Come on,
Is it watering the
baby.
plants?
I haven't been, no.
Mm.
Don't
Oh,
ask,
wow.
don't ask, don't ask yet. No. Wait, can I pick it up? Can I pick it up? Pick it up. Can I pick it up? There we go.
I'm gonna go up the mountain again. See what else I can
Nice.
find.
I like this view now.
Es otra cosa, pero que es peligrosa. Hola, hierba, ¿cómo está? Bienvenido.
Flags.
Just in case.
Oh, that stupid bird's still up there. Lo normal, todo es extremo. Yo sé que no es nada formal, pero dame lo querido. Bitch. You fucking missed right away.
Alright, I think we have everything worth getting on this island.
You say that as I'm going up fucking I'm gonna go up here real quick and see what they have though. Cause I you missed. No te veía en directo y me ponía de Oh my gosh. No, yo también. Si no prendo, también me pongo en depre. Pero estoy bien, he estado bien. Yo también te extraño.
How
¿Cómo
to get off the
estás? ¿Cómo
chair?
estás? What?
How do I get off the chair?
Bro.
Press E again.
Oh my god, thank god.
Oh my god.
Ah, bro, I just
Did
drank
you
a bunch
guys
of
even
water,
go up
so-
here? No, you didn't.
Yeah, we
Okay.
did all of that while you were dead.
Well, you didn't get these mangoes.
Why should I?
Oh, how do you fish?
You have to make a fishing
Oh.
pole.
I know. What do you mean?
6 planks. 8
No,
rope.
I know. I have a fishing rod.
Qué
I
bueno,
asked,
me
what do you
alegro.
mean?
Can I actually?
You get fish so fast.
Does anyone happen to have a plank that they can spare for my fish?
Oh, what?
I think I put on the chest. I think I put out the planks.
¿Ya te comió el tiburón? No. We killed him, actually. ¿Cómo estás, Stolen?
Thirsty. I had to go back. I didn't realize.
Shami, ayer tuve una fiesta de clase de 10. Ya, que ya estoy... Oh my god. Alright, what do they have here?
Tilapia cook.
They have turmeric.
And I wood for the water.
You shouldn't need wood for the water.
You need? For to boil it.
Okay, what's the fast way to go down?
Huh. It's weird, I never...
If you're very, very careful, if the wall is slanted enough, you can just slide down it as long as you just hold backwards while you're sliding down.
Okay, what if I just jump in the water? I don't think I can. Wait. I'm trapped with this fucking water. Or not water, but... bird!
A shark.
Alright, Oh! Ah! Alright, I'm good. I have strong legs. I can finally get the fuck out of here. Oh! Not too fucking perreando dado, chica. What the fuck, bro? Alright, I'm ready to go.
I'm on my way back.
Voy a dejar un video sobre Raft en el Discord. Okay. Guys, I think I'm dying.
Don't die. Timmy, are you hungry?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, we ready to go?
Yep.
Wait, give it to Isak. Isak is dying.
No, I already ate a bit.
I cooked the steak for you, Shimmy.
Oh, okay.
Open the
I'm putting
thing.
all the scraps and metals and shit I found in the chest.
The shark.
I also got mango seeds. Bitch.
Shimmy,
Yes.
I'm putting, once the chest is closed, I'll put something in there for you.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, this is a chest?
What the fuck else would it be?
Bro, I've been going on into the red things. I haven't even checked that one.
Shimmy, I put the
Yes.
steak in there for you.
Thank you.
Wait.
Okay, well, I have mango seeds. I'm gonna put them in here. Okay. If you guys check the chest, the big one, I put all the metal and glass in there. I need to make.
Yeah, I took the ingot and I put it in the research thing so we can see we can
Wait.
make more stuff.
Wait! No, stay!
What?
Do we have a tornillo? ¿Cómo se dicen tornillos en inglés?
I put one on a chest.
Shit!
There's
I
two-
need
there's
it.
two in a chest.
Shimmy.
Yes.
Shimmy.
No,
I had
that's
to
not what I-
use the ink. Shimmy, I had to use the ingot in order to unlock the shovel.
Oh, never
If
mind.
that's what
then.
you're looking for.
How many
Yeah, I was. For the shovel, it's 1 metal ingot, 1 bolt, and 6 planks.
I have one metal ingot.
It's so late because I wanted to go into the. Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to go back to the cave, but it's too late now.
Another iceland with that. Okay.
Also, how do we make a bolt?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
This is our boat. This is
Bro,
what we
I
do.
hate this
Ah,
fucking sail here.
The bolt. Con BOLT.
BLT.
Oh
if you go
my
to
God.
Subway,
Who?
You can order a BLT sandwich.
Hold
That's
on, I
bacon
need
and
wood.
tomato.
I need wood. Space.
I have 1 plank.
Muddy, did you take the wood?
Yeah, I did. I'll put it back right now.
Okay. It's too late. I don't think we can go back now.
Let's chill. There's always more islands.
Yeah.
Bro, who's fucking dancing in front of my face?
Huh?
Because I'm trying to get water because I'm thirsty.
I'm cooking water right now.
You or me that I put it down. That's why I'm waiting here.
Oh, okay. Okay, I just see you fucking sitting with this. All I know is someone's giving me a fucking lap dance, okay?
I'm just gonna take half. Oh, okay. Here we go. So now, let me see. Now I just need bulb whenever.
Space is taking all the food for herself.
I'm literally the one cooking it,
Oh,
bro. I'm putting it in the
no.
chest after. Isaac's pissing me off.
Okay, never mind. I figured out how to make a bolt. So now we just need to
I
find...
can't be a fucking chef with all these fucking asses up my fucking ass.
Hopefully we find a better island. About to kill that
Are we
fucking...
able to move the sail on top of the little platform up there? Because it being in the middle of everything is killing me.
That's part of the experience.
The experience is not my favorite.
Let me see if I can move it.
Do any of you have plastic?
Ocean has a lot. There goes one again.
Oh, I see it.
Holy shit, I
see
need
it.
a bigger fucking... Oh, I can't cook these. The sweep net. Catching bugs. Grills. I need a grill. Ah, we need metal ingots for it. So we can't cook these big fish. Oh, thank God.
Okay,
That's
so...
so nice. So much nicer.
Oh my God. Bitch. I think he's almost dead, by the way.
Oh.
I have sand for some reason in my inventory.
Ooh, put
Well,
in the research table.
I don't like how the boat's moving with the fucking waves.
Are you sick?
No, I think it's scary.
Oh, okay. Imagine I was like, oh, okay. Fucking pussy.
How do you even research?
You go to the table and then you put the item into the pot.
Oh shit.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy?
What? I need water. I need water. Where's my cup?
In your pocket.
Oh my. Where are we going?
Can't
Okay, we're
research.
going this way.
It's not letting me do anything.
So this is the way we're going, right? North?
Yeah, it looks like the flag is...
I don't know where north is.
I don't either. I'm just saying. I'm just.
Like there is north, the flags just point the way.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, if it's just pointing, yeah. Guys, I need water.
Make it the water. You have a cup.
I don't have a cup.
And why not? Everybody should have their own cup.
I gave mine to Monty earlier.
Here, you can take it back.
Oh,
Put it in the chest.
I just need it for the water now. Thank you.
Turn into a smelter. Turn to goo.
It's
Oh, we can
cooking.
make a
Oh
cooking
my God, who is using the fucking water thing?
It's cooking the water. You want me to take the water once it's done?
Who Yes.
Gonna
Thank
drink
I
it.
don't think this is a good spot for this. Because if the shark attacks that while we're not at the boat and it destroys it, it's just gone.
Put it on top of the platform.
It doesn't. I tried.
Aw, lamb.
Is the water done? I'm fucking dying.
I just drank it.
Esa cabrón.
I'm making
No.
another one.
Crazy. That's
No
crazy.
You
puede
left.
ser.
You
I fucking.
left.
It wasn't
You
me.
left, and I felt a little bit thirsty, so I drank it.
Oh, a little bit. I'm over here fucking dying. What the fuck?
It's crazy here. It's crazy. I feel like I'm going
If
crazy.
you don't come over here, I will drink the rest.
But you're not even thirsty, motherfucker. Isa, cabrón.
Oh. Are you drinking it yet, or what?
I got it. I'm putting more. Cojones. Damn. I wonder if we can eventually swim all the way to the the bottom of the ocean and bite and like get stuff from there. I think I see island.
Oh yeah, I see it
Island.
too. Bro, I'm literally trying to get the fucking palm leaf, and it said, no, fuck you. The game hates me.
My paddle's
Bro,
gonna die
I'm gonna
soon.
lose my mind. Fucking finally. Wait, guys.
What? Are you back? What? What happened?
Wait for me.
Space! Oh my god.
Thank you.
I turned the boat around for you.
Thank you.
When I'm stuck in the ocean with crazy people, better drink your own Beppies? Beppies? ¿Qué es eso? Yeah, I'm gonna have to make another fucking paddle. Also, Space, is there any more food?
I'm in the same position as I was a second ago. Help me.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna die.
I can't run. I can't run. I'm
Guys,
trying.
Seriously, I'm gonna die.
I'm trying.
Here.
Okay.
Here.
Wait, is that a... I need it. I'm gonna die. Oh my god. Dude, the watermelon gives no fucking... Okay. I'm just gonna keep paddling. Get the anchor ready!
I don't have a spear. I don't have a spear.
I'll make you one.
I don't have a spear.
I'll make you one!
There's a reason why I'm saying it.
I don't have an anchor.
Oh, you
either.
fucking ate up both of those barrels? And I'm
Yo,
dead.
is that? No way. Tiburón, vete pa'l carajo, cabrón. Alright, alright, alright. Oh! Oh! Hold on. Anchor!
Do we have an anchor?
No.
Oh my god.
There's a bird.
Fucking bitch ass shark. How do you make anchor?
It's in the same spot that the sail is.
I can't make it right now,
I
guys.
died.
I can't make it right now.
Yeah.
There's two!
On the head.
I guess.
Oh, I'm so dead. I'm so dead! Yep. I just keep taking it right in the fucking face. Yep, right in the fucking pussy hole. Ugh, I fucking hate these fucking pigs. I'm dead. Guys, we're falling apart.
Yeah, I don't have the materials to make a thing, so I can't help fight.
I might, but I'm dead.
I
so
died
I don't-
again because I got fucking birded on the
what?
ship.
I just came back and Space died in front of me.
Oh my god.
Go to sleep.
I killed a boar.
Oh, hey, thank
Nice.
you. How's the game going, everyone? It's going. We're trying to survive.
It's awful.
It's not that bad.
Is it a lighthouse?
Make me
find the
can
walls
can I
again.
maybe I put me on the bed? Put me on the bed? Hello?
What? I did.
No, I'm not.
Why the fuck did it kick you out of the bed?
Oh
Thank
my
you.
god, I got so much good stuff.
Thank you, buddy. All right.
I got glass, I got bolt, and I got a metal something.
Do you guys
Metal
think
bar.
do you think the raft will stay there? Yeah, it'll be there. Si
By the
no,
way,
pues
if it
nos jodimos.
disappears, the island will also disappear.
Oh no. So we just need to hurry up.
Hey, what is happening?
This game's hard, Jack. It's really hard.
What?
Oh, bird.
Bird. He likes you.
No, I cannot have boars and birds on my ass all the time. It's not fair. There's nothing in this island.
Well, I just grabbed a whole crate that I had a metal, bolt, ingot, and glass. So. Right there.
Wait. That doesn't make
Can you hear
sense.
me or no?
Yeah, I can.
I can.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was like, wait, maybe I'm talking too low or something.
No, you. I can hear you. I was reading chat. But how could that even? What? How does that even make sense?
I don't know. I don't think this island really has much to offer at the moment.
Jack, I challenge you to get the game and try it by yourself.
Without instructions, no tutorials on YouTube.
Well, nothing. Without nothing. We knew nothing about this game. It's hard, and if you wanna try it out for yourself, you definitely should. You'll see how hard it is.
The bird's going to somebody with a rock.
I am trying you. The raft is still over there. It's a good thing. Nice. More shark meat.
Molly's getting everything.
As he should. Alright, I don't think there's anything in this island, guys. I'm just gonna go.
Can you kill this deer bird? I don't know what is this creature.
No es Oh my god, mira el otro. Mira el otro.
By the way, if we can kill that alpaca, I think it'll give us wool and it'll let us research a shit ton more.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I don't know how we're gonna kill it.
It's there. I don't have a thing. Go, Chami, get it.
Get what?
Kill it.
Yeah, I'm
Kill the.
Wait, I'm
the
trying-
alpaca is there.
right now.
What is
The
there?
bird!
What?
Hit the bird.
Oh, well, bro, I thought you were talking about the bigger one.
No, also the alpaca, but like there was a bird like hitting the seeds.
Wait, how do we get Vine God? Or Vine Goo? What the fuck?
I have.
Put it in the
How many?
research Table.
Oh my god, everything goes to research table. for
No,
space.
no. I just, if
Well,
you,
that's-
no, wait. Do you just have it on your inventory, Zach?
Yeah,
Bro,
I got
el
it on the
fucking-
ocean. I think it was.
Can
Like,
can
if
you
go to
drop
the
it?
ocean, how do I drop?
Just grab it and drag it off your hotbar, or just
Yeah.
press Q. Thank you. How much are there? Oh my god, I even want more.
Girl, then that's too greedy.
No, I'm not trying to be greedy. I'm trying to make a bow so I can kill this motherfucking I
Where
need
do I put
rope.
the metal ingot? I have metal ingot.
Okay, give it to me.
That's for
I need rope. There we go. What else do I need? Let me see. I can make that. Oh man, I have to make them fucking arrows too. I need 2 more ropes and 1 more.
Oh my
The
god.
fucking stupid ass. Okay.
Why the fuck does it keep dropping?
Don't know what to do. Isaac, ¿dónde pusiste el meron ingot?
In a chest. Which
Okay,
one?
which-
I don't know. I just put it in whichever I see first.
I don't see it anywhere. Wait.
Oh, it's in my inventory.
Oh my god. We're gonna
I thought my
fucking die!
inventory- I thought my inventory was a chest.
No puede ser.
Bro, so all this time I've been putting stuff on my upper inventory instead of my chest.
Oh, oh my god. Cabrón, ¿dónde lo pusiste?
In my inventory, I have it.
Okay, put it in a chest, please.
I'm like, see that.
Oh my.
How
I'm
much,
dying.
how many glass do we have?
I'm dead.
I placed 2 of them, I think. I think that, yeah, that thing I put it in the chest.
Thank you,
Now
Space.
then. Is it a pufferfish? Oh, I'm almost there because pufferfish has poison and it's killing me. It
Bruh.
exploded.
Let me make more water.
One more glass.
Wait. For what?
To make a better
Oh,
purifier.
I'm dead.
Mm,
The
so we
shark
can
spawned in
water
front
the
of me.
plants better.
okay.
Can somebody get me? I'm dead.
Yes. Oh man, where did you die?
Go to the right of the boat around that rock, and you will find me somewhere floating in the water. Because the shark decided to spawn in front of
in
me.
the
It didn't
water?
even give me a warning. Yeah. You know, Molly killed the shark, so. On the left. Behind that rock. One man on the left and I see. Okay, never mind. Stream is
Pero
delayed.
me cago en el pájaro este de mierda. What the fuck? Isaac, ¿en dónde? No te veo.
Go to the rock, like
What?
there. That small mountain there. Go around that.
This way?
Cause remember, stream is delayed.
Bro.
Get on the boat.
No.
Chami, because you're not going to the direction.
I'm good. ¿Dónde tú estás? ¿Dónde
You're
tú
not
estás?
going. You're not going. It's beside the boat.
Ay, mío, listen.
I said like on the rock beside the boat, around that area, and you decided to go to the main island.
Pero you didn't tell me anything.
I told you on the right of the boat, and you went to the main island.
On the right of the boat. Which right?
Oh my
Got
god.
the Alpaca super low, I think. I hit it like 4 or 5 times. I don't know where it went though. I ran out of food.
Go around that.
I
thing.
see you.
Bro, I've been there all this time. Like it was like 3 steps, and let's get the alpaca because Modi has hit it 43 times.
Get in there. Wait, what?
Girl,
I put you on the bed. There's nothing in the Iceland, bro. Let's get the fuck out of here.
let's get the alpaca. Modi already hit it sometimes.
Okay. Where's it at?
I don't know. I don't have a.
Porque el pájaro aquel me quiere matar también.
Why is Space sleeping?
Trying to regain health. I was at like a little
Oh,
sliver.
so that's
Come here,
how it is.
bitch.
Okay, never mind. I died by the bird.
Motherfucker. Why can't I... Bro, I need help with this bitch.
Chami, how did you miss that?
So long.
Bro.
There should be cooked fish in the chest, bro.
Can we
No
make a
fucking
loop?
way. I fucking hit it.
I don't know.
Well, there's mushroom in there at least.
Bro, if this bird kills me
Bro.
one more time.
Run away from the boat, like run away and then come back.
I hit it.
I'm trying to make a roof.
Oh my god. What is happening?
Me dying.
Oh my god.
Why is the raft moving?
I was just asking that. Yeah, no, we're getting the fuck out of here. That bird's gonna kill me.
Oh, are we leaving?
I mean, the bird's gonna kill me. Is there anything else you guys needed?
Oh, wait. The alpaca's right there.
Go get it. I did some damage, but ay, puñeta.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Fine. Oh, no.
Alright, let's go.
Okay, well, think the thing also needs. Does anyone have an axe? Maybe we need an axe.
I have an axe.
I have one, like the metal one.
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
No?
The stupid shark took the fucking chunk of the raft!
He killed me. Somebody killed me while I'm sleeping.
No fucking way. What the f-
Ain't no way I would bug out. Can someone remove the bed? I think that's the way. Oh, okay, there we go. The bird's gonna.
Don't we have metal ingot? We need one. We need one for shears.
I have
There was
one.
one
I
on
can
the
give
chest.
it.
Oh no no! Oh no, chest my inventory. I put
Wait,
it there.
why-
No, is it?
Why? Wait, hold on. Are we leaving now?
No, we
Yeah.
need the shear.
I need vine goo. Oh my god. Okay.
Do we have one ingot?
Yes. Isaac just put it in here. Bro, that bird's gonna.
Can you grab it, Muddy, and make the shears and get your thing?
Isaac, yo no sé qué te ríes. Tú estás serio, okay? Motherfucker.
Hopefully the chair won't dead.
Do you guys have plastic?
Where did it go?
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh, bro, I think it despawned already. Well, we have
Thank
shears
you.
for next time. We'll just get the fuck out of here. Let the bird leave.
Yeah, I'm making the paddle now.
Get in the bottom.
Alright. Oh my god. Space just fucking casually fishing.
I'm dead.
Oh my god. Where are you?
On the stairs.
What?
Alright, we going now?
How did you die there? I was going to die. So.
Guys?
Molly died on the stairs.
Oh, wait. Okay, we're going.
I'm dead.
How?
The bird! He be spawn camping.
Oh my, okay, yeah. On the boat again. Bellaqueando excelente. Beso de romántica de repente. We need to move the... Oh, okay, we're going this way now. En cosa que no van a pasar. Guys,
Pineapples are growing.
Space,
Yeah?
you okay?
Yeah.
You sound tired.
The game is frustrating me, but I think it was just the bird.
Oh. Yeah, no. Might have to already make another paddle. Wait, is everybody in here? Oh, okay. Isaac, if you change the thing, si tú cambias la dirección de la cosa esa, me dices pa, so I can paddle that direction.
Oh, it's always been that direction because of the wind. Now look at the.
I know.
red
I'm
flag on the side.
I'm just saying in general.
Okay, okay.
Isaac said on the water, I think.
What's that?
Oh,
The
thank you.
bangu.
I just know that I got it while I was swimming. I don't know if it was a chest or something. But because there's a lot of wait, I got a raw tilapia.
I
Oh,
hear a fucking bird.
Got a raw tilapia from the tough guy.
Island, this way.
shark.
Raft is on PlayStation. It's only $24. I thought that was a dolphin. Yeah, I changed the thing so we can go to. And my paddle died, so I need to make another one.
Oh. How do we make a scrap collector?
A what?
We need 2 more nails.
Okay, I need. Isaac. Un poquito más
Huh?
pa. Un poquito más pa. Here.
You can move
Oh,
it. Wait, because
I don't know how to do that.
I collect this. Yeah, you can
Hold
do that.
R?
Just press R. Hold R and then move your mouse.
Oh. But I can't see shit though.
Yeah, yeah, let it go and then it stops.
Oh my god, that's. Okay. Okay.
This is shark head. Oh, everybody took off their masks. I'm the only
Yeah.
one still like fancy.
I'm fucking dying. I need water. I was just gonna do that. Let me see what. I need 4 more plastic if anybody has any.
I just put
I
down
have
a
a ton.
half in there.
Oh, let me too.
Yes. I threw some in the chest.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh my god.
We're gonna go this way because that's where it looks like we can climb.
You have a cup.
Is there dolphins in this game? I don't know. So far we've only seen
I'll give you this one.
a whale and sharks. That's all we've seen so far.
Hi, Salah.
Wait, Muddy? Oh, I was gonna say move the flag so we can. Oh, we have an anchor now?
Press E. If you press E, it stops.
Fuck.
Oh, yeah, I'm thirsty.
I need to eat something.
There's a shark on the thing.
Where?
Why is my cat in my room?
Hold on, I gotta.
You don't have water? You can put a cup down somewhere.
Yeah, it should be. Oh, yes, here. I'm trying to plant more seeds that way. Hello? Oh, there we go. Where did Where did the seeds go? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Okay. There we go. And... oh god.
We need to find something more than this randomizers. There has to be
I
something.
know.
Can we make an engine?
I think so.
A what?
Eventually.
Maybe we have to go underwater and explore some of the waters.
Well, so I think there's like an entire like storyline that we can follow. I think, with, like like different islands and stuff. But where does the boat go?
Can we just live in an island, or is the whole point just being in the raft?
The raft. The
Okay.
raft is the only thing we can build on. It is possible though to like if we actually just straight up want to troll, we can just build a straight line all the way out. We just have to protect it from the shark, and then it can like bonk islands and get us stuck.
Oh. Chami, question, do you know how much you'll be streaming? Like, in general? Like, tonight, or... like, what do you mean? Are you guys ready to leave? Because this place,
Yeah.
there's nothing. Okay. Hey, bye.
I wanna try something. Once we're in the middle of nowhere, I want to swim down to see if I find some stuff.
Okay.
The eagle, the bird, the bird, the bird.
What?
There was a bird eating the stuff.
Oh, our scarecrow died. It killed our scarecrow.
Oh. Wait, Maria, I think we're going... I think we're going back to where we came from, so I'm gonna move this a little more to... that way.
Oh, I mean, I don't see an island over there anymore. So I don't see it, but,
Wait, where did we come...
you know, you're right. I think we. Oh wait, no. I think
We came
this
from back...
direction.
Yeah, we came from back there. Okay.
Okay, safe, safe.
Is this where you want to jump, Isaac?
I'm in the middle of nowhere. Give me a second, let me drink water because I'm gonna die if I try to do it. Let me fill that stuff up. Okay, watch me like I'm going.
I think... I guess my goal is to stream as much as I used to, or hopefully a lot more. Right now it's gonna be kind of inconsistent for a little bit. Just because I'm still trying to like figure out other stuff in my personal life. So what? Stop?
I'm gonna
Alright, hold on. We're gonna there we go.
Okay. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
Okay, there's absolutely nothing that I can see. Okay, never mind, continue.
What if
Go
you
down, you
swim?
don't see anything. You don't see anything.
What if we keep swimming down? Cabrón.
That's why.
Never mind. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here.
Look at those birds, they're in B position coming to us.
Yeah, but I'm gonna try my best to do and push out like weekly schedules again. But like I said, it's just gonna be kind of inconsistent for a while. But my goal ultimately is to start streaming as much as I used to, but or hopefully a little more like how I used to be before all of you even came in here, which was like 10 plus hours streaming. And that's the goal eventually. I'm still thinking too because usually I have Sundays off, but I'm thinking maybe having Wednesdays off too, but I'm not 100% on that yet. I need more rope. Are you guys there?
Yep, I'm crafting.
Okay.
Bro, I just crafted some papers from what?
My paddle died, so I'm gonna make another one here in a minute. Dude. There we go. Oh shit, wait, I'm dying of hunger.
Still up, yes. Okay.
We have a bunch of cooked fish in the chest.
Do you mind if I get a... What's this called? I don't know what... A herring?
Yeah, I put it in the chest to share.
Okay. Thank you. And then... Mari, do you still have the cup? Actually... Hopefully this is not venomous. Oh, what the fuck?
Yes.
Wait. Oh, thank you. Oh my god. Bitch. Wait, I don't know what I...
Corner again.
Why can't I drink it? Hello? I think my...
Girl, because that thing is not done yet.
Oh, I got it. Okay. Oopsie.
It's more there.
I'm putting more water in. I think we're doing pretty good, guys.
Just that
I
we
guess
need
putting-
something to
Oh my god.
upgrade or things.
Yeah, we
There's
need
an
to.
island over there. I don't know if we have.
Ay, puta. Where?
Trying to build more nets for us.
Yeah, that would be super helpful.
I don't want to eat all the fish. Then that's not done yet.
There's something in the distance over there. Do you see that as well? Like, does that thing contain something?
I want to go get all these barrels.
Okay.
All right, Marty. I'm pretty full on water,
You.
so I'm gonna give you the thing. The what is that? I don't know what that is. Where's the island, Isa? Oh, I see it. Did you put the thing in that direction? Oh, here you go, Marty. Wait, there you go. Cause I'm pretty full on water. Put it to that direction, Isaac, please.
It's already there.
Okay. Once I get on the kitchen, I'm gonna talk to you about editing. Yes, I keep forgetting about that. I'm so sorry. The reason I haven't gotten any editor or anyone that I know that could possibly edit for me is because I would feel bad not repaying for the effort and the help, you know what I mean? So I don't know, it feels wrong not to give something back for the help.
Well, some people can just do it because they want to, like, just because they want to help out. That's what I do with Renji sometimes, where I'll just put something together, like, edit-wise, just because I like to help.
I know, I just don't... I don't know, it doesn't feel right to me.
Not taking it personal if, like,
Yeah.
like,
You sound kind of low, Muddy.
yeah, I'm pretty low.
But, ¿Tú hiciste eso a propósito? ¡Ey, ey, 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 ey! Da pa'l carajo. Get on!
Lot of water.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, wait, are we gonna... How the fuck did you push me, Zach? Ow!
What did you mean?
I don't know. Where's the island?
Space went to the boat.
Oh wait, that was the boat, never mind. Wait. What do you mean Space went to the boat?
She's going back.
Okay, we're just gonna keep swimming this way.
Why is there just paper on the boat?
I know, that's what I
made
was
it,
looking
but
at earlier.
I made it and I just threw it there.
Oh my god. How are you guys feeling, by the way?
I'm doing good.
That's good.
I'm eating my burrito.
Hell yeah.
Guess what I did?
What?
Bring in the light.
Bro. Shark. Get the fuck out of here,
Put
bitch.
it in the middle so we can see.
Motherfucker.
What? Did it break anything?
No. Okay, Anna, take your time. Thank you for the lurk. And I understand. I don't know. I guess it's just a matter of me getting used to like having people help, I guess.
Oh, did the game crash?
I think so.
Okay, I'm back. Okay.
Hello?
Yes. Hello. Do you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. The
Are
game
we
crashed
good?
for a second there.
Why is
Yeah.
the sail down?
That
I
was the thing. Like everything went like.
Yeah, it did for me too. I lost some frames. Me cago en la crica, ¿por qué me pasa esto? I just know Isaac's fucking pushing me.
No, I'm not even near you when that happened. What else can we even do? Like,
I'm trying to find another island, but I think that's just the point of this game. You survive with what you have.
Well,
the thing is
so
we have.
there's also like I'm pretty sure there's like special islands we could find, but we need to get special equipment to do it. But we can't get special equipment without expanding. I feel like we're going too slow on the expansion part of things.
You think so? Well, do you think we're focusing too much on tools and shit?
I mean,
Oh,
not
that's
really.
nice, man. If you stand here and look at the net, you will see it on the left. But if you look straight to where it is, you don't see it.
The what?
I don't have that issue.
Like here. Oh, you see the accident? Do you see it or no?
No.
Like, come over here. Come over here. Come over here and look at the net.
Yeah, I see it.
I don't see it.
On the left.
Oh, I see
Whoa.
it. Okay, I see it. We're going that way.
But if you look straight, bro, then if that's the case, imagine how many islands we have lost.
For real. Oh my god. Alright, I gotta make more.
Somebody has too much planks on their inventory that I can have.
I have 5.
I throw them
And I
anywhere,
need
I will get them.
I need 4 of them for another paddle. Fuck.
Thank you, Space. Space is there camping, eating. Space eating, right? Or no? Or she just... Okay, then she eating mango. Well, she eating mango, so...
Shit. Does anyone have plastic and what else do I need?
Hopefully one.
And 1 rope or leaves?
I have 2 rope and I have extra plastic.
Thank you. Dude, to make this paddle takes a fucking lot.
Like dead waters right now.
What?
Yeah.
There's like no items at all. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's a bunch over here though.
Bruh, the fact that I missed that is crazy.
What?
Me and Modi missed the barrel and Modi just jumped to get it.
Hopefully there's something in this island. Ooh! Eventually, I'm assuming we're gonna make beds for everybody so we can just sleep the night away.
Yeah, I was trying to do that, but we need more spiders.
Yeah.
Okay, it says here, I just searched to progress. We have, well, because The question is, I keep passing by and stopping a lot of
Um,
copy-paste islands. How do I get something new?
wait, can you
And
guys move
somebody says,
the real quick? Move the thing so it can go to there. It's going against me.
and the person replied with, in order to progress with the story, you need to build a receiver and 3 antennas.
Mmm.
So we have to get our materials for the receivers and antennas, and then we can progress with the game. For
Well,
now, we're gonna continue getting copy-paste.
I know me and Space had the blueprints to the. I had the antenna once, and I think she had the. What happened here? Marty, Marty, we're good.
So
Okay,
I
that's
think
fine.
what happens with the blueprints is that it just unlocks something in your research tables that wouldn't otherwise be there.
Oh.
So just by getting it and unlocking the blueprint, it just shows up on the research table to put our materials in. So after that, I don't think we need them.
Oh shit. Okay. I just not. Really?
We need
Dang.
circuit board. Let's check the ocean. The ocean has a lot of scraps and stuff. That's what our
Yeah.
is. But we have to wait for data.
We gotta be careful with the stupid shark.
Okay, we need
No.
circuit boards. If we get the circuit boards, we can make the items, and we don't.
Every time, dude.
How do we get circuit boards? I will Google this thing because
That's not what I wanted to do.
oh, did you use the bind goo for something or no?
The what?
Did you use the bind goo already or no?
No, I still have it. Do you need it?
Because
I
it's
put it-
necessary for certain items.
Well, I put it in the chest. Okay, I'm trying to see. Okay, I see what you're talking about. With the receiver, we do need a secret board. Commonly used for electric machines, but it doesn't say where we can get it.
Can we make a smelter or no?
We could, but we need dry brick.
We can make dry brick easily.
And
This one. Oh, we
Make
can
it then.
spaghettis.
oh my god, we can make hammocks? Oh my god.
Clay and sand. We have to go on the water for that. Can we go to the island and stay near the island if it's possible?
This island didn't have anything in it?
Yeah, because we have to go underwater to get the items that we need.
Wait. Hold on.
That's the thing, we only go to the surface. We have to swim to get more items.
The direction that Wolf wants to go is behind us.
Oh,
That's why like we stay on this direction and just slowly pushing away.
Oh.
that is... It's absolutely nothing.
I love
Have to
how
wait
at
for
this point,
daytime.
we just take the hits from the sharks.
What? Again?
Yeah, there's nothing we can do about sharks hitting us.
Yeah. So once we get the vine goo, we have to get the vines to smelt them, but we have to get clay that is on the water.
Yep.
The thing is, the clay and all that stuff is by the island. You swim down, you see all the stuff, collect, smelt. How do we get the smelter? It's over here. The dry bricks, right?
Yeah, with dry bricks. Baby. Why is this all? What? Why is this
Only
open? What the
one
fuck?
dry-
Okay.
I
Oh my
have
god, I'm
clay
dying.
in my inventory. Do you have sand or something remaining or no?
I don't. Maria, I need that. Oh, wait, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna try and see if I can make another cup.
Oh, it's daytime. Can we?
Yep.
We are way too far away. Can we go back to the island if possible, please?
Oh, wait, hold on.
Alrighty.
There's a shark attacking.
Because I really want to go underwater to
Here,
progress.
take this. Mari, Isaac, here. Cause I need water. Me cago en la griga.
Bro, this has like 3 movements and it does.
I'm sorry, man, okay? Me cansé de hacerlo.
And it broke.
Let me see if I can make 'em.
We're finding a new island and doing this.
It's just if it becomes
Look how
nice
slow
then.
we're approaching it.
Then let's go to find out. Move that stuff. But we need another one of those things that don't have plastic.
Anybody has wood?
I have. Can I put it on this chest?
Yeah.
I'll put it on my inventory. Okay, there we go.
Alright, come here. Here you go.
Thank you. Let's swim.
Oh my god, but I keep dying from hunger.
We have some cooked fish and some fruit in the big chest, Shammy.
I know, it's just I've eaten so much already.
Keep eating it. We can go fishing more. It's okay.
I'm gonna eat this one.
I see a big something over there. I see something. Just move your camera, you will see in the corner.
I don't think my render goes that far.
Fuck.
I will turn the seals that direction now.
Welcome back, Anna. I didn't know mushrooms have water in them. Yeah.
Yeah, they actually have a lot of water in them. That's why people suggest not cooking them with oil, because they'll release so much water before they start to dry out.
Oh.
Oh, now I see it. I don't know why it took me so long.
I'm kind of hungry, so I might have to go and get something real quick, guys.
I'm hungry too.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit here real quick and then I'll be back. I'm gonna grab probably just a cold pizza or something.
Once you two come back, me and Molly will have a whole civilization built.
Nah, I'll be back too fast. I'll be right back.
It broke. What you look at me? Open the chest and you will like, what are you doing?
You catch me at the exact moment I turn, and you're like, "Oh, you're looking at me? You wanna
Help! I
fight?"
can't swim. I can't swim because I don't have hunger. I'm. Oh, there we go. Thank you. There's nothing cooked. Let me get the watermelon, at least so I can walk or something. Bruh, I ate the fish. I ate raw fish.
Oh
burn.
no, no, not the big one. Oh, you ate
Yeah.
the big one. We need
I
a
was
grill for
waiting.
that one.
Yeah, I was gonna cook. Oh, okay. Okay, anchor this thing. I'm gonna go in the water. I'm gonna explore the ocean. cave, underwater cave over here. I got sand. Perfect. The sand is the same color as the clay, bro. Ah, the shark. I got some stuff. Let me see. What do I need for that? Okay, we need the brick. The brick was... What's the brick? Okay, I got a wet brick. Have to put it here. Let me put it here. I'll have to wait for it to dry. Let me see how much. Once it's done, we can put it on the research table because it says it has to be placed on the boat to dry. And let me get more sand. More sand over here. Oh, the shark. Need to go to the outside, guys. Sand. Perfect. Another sand. Okay, perfect. Another brick. Brick. I don't know how much we need and how much it takes to dry. Ah, shark killed me.
Where?
It should be on the opposite of where the boat is, like from where we came.
Are you saying on the other side of the island?
No, no, no. It's like on that side of the island, but like instead of looking towards that in the back. I don't know how to explain. Do you ever wonder if we can have been to time travel? Okay. What do you mean, like, what type of reading? I might be underwater. You're probably only gonna see me underwater because he killed me underwater.
Yeah, I'm trying to go to where I saw him come from.
Yeah, but like it's kind of the direction of the boat.
Oh, you're way the fuck over there. I see you.
Yeah, because I saw something green like to collect down there and he killed me.
Where did he go? There he is. He's like hyper fucking aggressive on me right now. Don't respawn. I'll be able to get you. Just
Yeah, it's okay.
no, maybe I won't be able to get you. I think I might die.
Oh,
Yeah, I have one more bite in me. If he bites me one more time before I get to the boat, I'm gone.
at least try to get to the boat so space can get. Oh wait, oh you got me. Nice.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay. Here.
Yeah, you ready to move on?
Oh, there's a dry brick ready. Wait, because I saw something green below that it was like neon, and I was going to that. Was on that direction over there, but like that's the shark here. Gonna wait for the because it's exactly on the edge of the border of this island.
How about, so, okay, I'm gonna go over here and distract the shark over here, and then you go.
Okay, perfect. Let me know.
He's coming after me right now.
Where I'm going as fast as I can. Hope it's actually something because what's this?
Oh, he's after you. Be careful.
I got a metal ore. I got a metal ore. Oh my god, he passed by me. Oh, and the whole like floor of he by me. One more and I died.
Yeah, you got time. Oh, never mind.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, never mind.
Bro,
Got
all
the
of that for a metal ore. This
Oh,
thing.
time to leave. Let's get the fuck up.
Yeah. There was one. The bricks are done.
Sweet. Hey, thank you for showing me that, sir.
Yeah, let me research. Yeah. Now what? How do we craft that stuff? How do we craft it? Here it is. Planks, clay, and scrap. Okay, we need clay because we already have the planks and scrap. Next island we get the clay. We need 6 more and we get a...
What are you trying to make?
Oh wait, no, never mind. That's a fireplace. Okay, wait.
Yeah, yeah.
Did I
Fireplace.
make the things?
Fireplace is a is like it's a
Oh,
decoration.
there.
It doesn't do anything.
There now. I just have to press learn. Oh, we need 6 bricks. Okay, we need more. 6
Well,
bricks. Yeah, but like already, at least we learned it. Now we need 5 more bricks, which is 2 clay each and 2 sand. That's the next island. We go farm that stuff and we finally have the smelter. We can finally progress the game. That's why it's pushing us back.
do you have one glass in your inventory by chance?
Nope, I put everything on the chest.
Dang it! We need literally one more, and then some plastic, and we can make an advanced purifier, so we don't have to do the fuel thing with the planks or with like the water
Oh my
anymore.
god. Why show me that?
Probably hasn't eaten.
Iceland on the front. Oh wait, did we came from that one or? Do you see this island over here? Like it has two towers.
Yeah, we just came from that.
Oh, okay. Oh. Move that stuff.
There's a boat
I
over
watch the
there.
wind. Oh, there's something over
Yeah, there's a boat.
there. Okay. I barely see it.
Oh, okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, guys.
Back. We have to farm
Welcome back.
bricks. We have...
Thank you. Wait, what?
Oh, Iceland, 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 that direction.
Oh,
By the sun, go to the sun.
oh shit! What the fuck?
Because right now we only need clay and sand. Once we get to Iceland, everybody to the ocean to find clay and sand.
Okay.
Once we get enough, we can finally
Put baked
get the
potato.
smelter. We can get the smelter and then we make the goo and then we can progress. Right now we're limited of that because we haven't gone to the ocean.
Hi, Clark. I'm gonna head out now. I'm tired. Like, good night, Clark. I love you so much. Have a good night.
Yes.
Space was dead.
Oh, you died as
Um,
well, and I put you on the bed.
But I hope you have an amazing night. Thank you again so much for the beetle list you gave earlier. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Shit, there's not enough. Fucking, I'll take that. Put that there. There you go. After this island, I think I'm gonna end stream, guys. And we can still play. We can still play off stream just to get the clay and stuff you guys want to get.
How are you feeling?
My throat hurts.
Do you have water?
Yes, I got water.
Can you drink some more, please?
Yes, thank you.
And what you get to eat?
I was gonna eat a slice of cold pizza, but I was like, So I had one slice of the. You know how you have like a slice of bread and you like fold it with something on the inside?
Mm-hmm.
That's basically what I had with cheese.
Ooh.
Respect.
I still need to eat something.
What the heck?
Have
I
you
thought
done
you
yet?
went.
Got to be near Iceland.
I know, but there's stuff down here. Fucking bitch. Not you, this shark.
Wow. I don't take the end.
I think this is where you can get the goo thing.
No,
Come on,
you
motherfucker.
we have to make the furnace. To put the
Okay, I might actually need help. I'm gonna die.
in the water. Then go get out of the water.
I'm dead. I couldn't
Why you went there for the first place?
because I wanted to kill the bitch.
Because you're so far away from us.
Hell. Thank you. The shark's almost there too.
Kill it, please. It will help a lot to explore the water. I'm dead. I
Wait,
just died
what?
below the boat.
Oh my god. Stupid ass shark. Dale, vente pa acá, atrévete, cabrón.
But
Bitch.
remember first, you're gonna die one shot.
Yeah, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm actually gonna die. I'm gonna die. Okay, Isaac, where are you?
I'm below the boat. You passed me like 3 times.
Oh, I see you. Cabrón, pero. Yup.
There we go. Or shall we kill it?
I'm gonna try. I don't have any health. Come on here, bitch. Psych. Come here. What the fuck? It's... Isa, cabrón.
What?
Are you dead?
No, he missed me like 3 times to attack me.
Oh, I see the goo!
No, that's not goo, that's metal ore.
I'm dead.
That's metal ore. The goo we have to make it in the furnace, okay? We have to make a furnace.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, how did you get it then?
I don't know, that's the thing. I think it was on a chest or something on the water. Don't even remember.
Oh my god.
I mean, you can also no. Okay, if you have an axe, you can trade. It's like a small chance to get it.
Wait. No, wait, he's almost dead. Get him. Get him, he's almost dead. Damn it.
Bishop down the stream.
Oh, I fucking broke it. I didn't mean to do that.
You broke my papers.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. What?
Wow.
Sorry.
Like, guess I don't stream, you hit it twice.
I'm sorry. I thought I was repairing it.
Oh.
I need leaves. Anybody has leaves?
I have 20.
Can I have some,
Okay.
please? Thank you.
I need to go on the water. We need to go on the water before it goes
Too.
night.
Wait, what? But I didn't know it was string. God damn it.
I'm dead
Oh.
on the water.
Again?
Because we need to go on the water to collect the items. We are not gonna progress anything if we don't do so.
Okay.
So that's the thing.
Wait, where exactly did you die?
Exactly below.
Este tiburón como que... I see you. Where's the stupid shark? Is it dead? I see it. Motherfucker.
Quickly.
And I
Spawning
fucking
again to go on the water. Where's the clay I saw before?
Be careful. Hi, Boomy. ¿Cómo estás? Hi.
I'm dead. Bueno, I saw the
¿Again?
clay.
Cabrón, yo creo que si yo te cojo me voy a morir. Mira. Odio, cabrón, puerco estúpido. Not you. Oh my god, guys, I might actually need help. Me and Isaac are gonna... I'm dead! I'm dead! God damn it.
Face, we need you. We need to recruit you again.
That's good. How was your day today? What the fuck? I think it'd be easier if we kill the fucking shark first. Hold on. The fuck is that stupid fucking...
You know what? I will empty my inventory. I will only have the thing.
The
If
what
I
thing?
don't know, never mind. There's a chance I will lose it. It's 2/3 of the inventory, so
I need the shark to attack us in the raft so I can kill it. Welcome back, Anna. It was stupid. Why was it stupid?
it's raining.
Oh my god. Wait, this is the first time I see rain in the
Rain,
game.
There's a tornado.
Oh my god. What? Any message you want to tell her, Shami? Tell her I say that I love her and I miss her a lot, and she's amazing and she's doing an amazing job at streaming today, and I hope that she gets the rest that she deserves after stream.
What?
Motherfucker. I hate sharks, bro.
I'm on the
There's-
other side of
oh.
the island taking advantage.
Did they come back? I die.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Every time, it gets me every time.
I'm getting so much loot on this side. Oh, he's here killing me.
What?
The shark
Wait,
came to the other
The
side.
boat
Um,
let's go leave.
You give me feels.
Bro, the shark is on the island. He's in land.
No
No
way.
He
way.
went back to the water. Yeah, because
Ah.
there was a wave, and the wave pushed the shark to the land, and then he swam back to the water.
What the fuck?
He's evolving.
By the way, guys, be careful. The direction of the boat decided to change, so it's slowly pushing away.
Okay, okay. I will be quick over here.
Where did it go? Isaac, where did the shark go?
I don't know. He's gonna kill me soon. You know, so.
Well, the shark is over by
That's
us.
Okay.
Okay, then distract.
I need to get air so I can get. Okay, going back down. What?
Huh?
Huh?
What's wrong?
Nothing?
Oh, I just heard the what, and I was like, peace.
How do I get clay?
It's this thing. This scorpions.
Oh. Okay.
It's better if you get sand because we need more sand than clay.
I need
We
bread.
don't know which one is which.
Okay.
Just collect any big rock, not the small ones. Get the big rocks.
Okay. That's just stone.
The big ones. You're getting the small one. The shark is there.
Oh my god, the shark's over here now, and he's gonna kill me.
Go to land quick.
Oh, it's clay. Okay, I'm
yeah,
dead.
keep getting. Oh my god. It's getting dark. I will not even see you, but at least we got that.
Fucking dying.
Okay.
Okay, he's killing.
Yeah, I think I'm getting sick.
Where are
I'm
you?
sorry.
Why are you sorry? It's not your fault.
He killed me. Okay.
No
I'm
way.
near the ice. I'm near the island, so I'm on the surface. You will see me quick.
Guys, are
Okay,
they
buddy,
help?
it's up to you.
Guys, what about you?
I'm making sure the boat doesn't fly away.
Oh. We can build one from scratch.
A boat? You know, I don't know if it
Motherfucker.
works like that.
Just
Once
throw
the
a
boat's gone,
random.
it's gone. The only way to get back to it is if we die.
Oh,
I'm gonna quickly craft the stuff so it's beginning to dry.
you doing okay, Shin?
Huh?
You doing okay?
Yeah. I'm just waiting to get revived. I'm also trying to see who I can raid after this.
Need one more clay and we get it off for the stuff that we have to do.
Did you guys get Chammy already?
I think they're getting her. My mom is getting her.
Yeah, I have no idea where she
Oh,
died.
Okay. The shark is on this side.
It should be near where Isaac was.
No,
Isaac, you.
I swim far away. I never saw
We'll
Oh.
find you.
you. She's underwater.
Yes,
Have
I
to
am.
deep dive.
We'll find you.
Do you remember what side of the island you were on, Chammy?
I'm over here. She was. Like if you know where I'm gonna. Go
Isaac,
to
I
the
was where you show me what rock it was that I needed to get.
Yeah.
I'm
why
near
I'm
that
here.
area.
Just
Okay.
waiting for Molly. I lost Molly.
I'm keeping the shark busy on the other side of the island right now.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna go. So I see space, bro. She's over here. Oh, they're down there. She's deep down there.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see her name, but I don't see it yet.
I see
Welcome
I'm getting
back,
her.
Jack.
Okay.
Chama, you got a clay, right?
Yeah, I got some.
Okay, it's not, we only need one. And we finally.
Thank you. Thank you for what?
I killed the shark.
The
Let's
boat left.
go.
Oh, perfect.
Finally.
The boat is leaving.
Oh my god, it is.
Oh my god. Okay. So I only got two.
Thank you. That's okay. Drop.
Here. And I have this.
Thank you.
And that.
I already got it. Oh, they're dry. We have to wait for them to dry. And then we finally have this.
Wait, what? Here. Wait. Huh?
Yeah, those are bricks. We have to wait for them to dry. And then we can use them.
Oh.
Yeah, I only have one.
That's so
For the
cool.
research over. Yeah. Once we get those, we can progress everything. We unlock.
Hell
it.
yeah.
Do we have enough seaweed though? Like, does everybody have seaweed?
There should be like one in
Uh,
a chest somewhere.
Yeah, I have 12. There's 6 on this one. Let me get them. I have 18. This one is empty. That one is empty. Okay, we have 18. I think it's enough for 18 glue, I think. Well, I hope that's the conversion.
So much go. Oh my god. Stop! I'm gonna cry. Oh, it's so sweet. I fucking love her so much. I don't even know what to say. I love Amy so much. Oh my god. She's literally like a big sister to me. I don't know what else to say, to be honest. What the fuck are you holding that in my face? It looks like you're fucking it from the back.
Ew!
Wait, let me hold it.
Crazy.
Let me hold it
You
so
wanna
you
hold
can
it?
see.
Okay. Oh god.
So you can see. I'm scared. Where did you put it? Oh, is it this?
There's no fucking way. That's crazy. That gives me goosebumps. I'm grossed out. I'm grossed out by that.
I give it to you back. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh my god.
Is that your last island?
Yes. Did you guys want to keep going on stream or you rather do it on stream?
I mean, I'm down to keep playing, but that's up to everyone else. Oh, hello.
I was gonna say, what the fuck? Dude, there's so many clips on this fucking... on just this game alone. There's been way too many clips. I'm gonna have fun just fucking putting them together.
Oh.
¿Qué cara tú miras? ¿Qué tú miras? ¿Qué tú miras?
Bro, I was muted all this time.
Oh my god.
I thought you were just staring at me. What the fuck? Isaac, mira. I'm
was
fucking the head. I'm fucking the head.
Oh my god. I was saying, like, you can't wait for this brick to at least dry up and then
Oh,
show
yes.
the people what you get
Yes,
from it.
yes.
Oh, Mod is building a jump house there. What is that? Oh, that's the tree?
Yes.
Yeah, Yeah, we kind of have trees.
Hell yeah. We have so many of the seeds though. I was gonna say something I forgot. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Ah!
What is wrong?
What?
Should be dramatic.
Nuh-uh. You're dramática.
Yeah. Huh.
You guys are dramática. Hi, welcome back, Tom. Welcome back. But yeah, I can't wait to do another collab with Emmy and hopefully not fucking have scuff. I also have a surprise for her, but I have to wait for that. Donovan, motherfucker, hi. How are you? How have you been, dude?
Still need cook food.
Huh?
We'll have a cook food. Brick is done. Woo!
Let me see it.
Already collected.
Oh my god.
We need nails. We need nails. Are the nails in the chest?
There should be two. Space, I think you're dead.
It's okay.
Wait, hold on. Don't come out yet. Hold on. Wait, Space, wait. Don't get out.
Damn it! I have my hands nowhere near the fucking like mouse. You're like, wait, Timmy, Space, wait.
Where do I
Let
place
me
the
see,
smelter?
hold on.
Put it here.
Are you looking at my feet? Is that what you're doing?
Just away from the ledge. So if you can fit it anywhere away from the ledge.
There we go.
Why do they look juicy?
Why do they look juicy?
They look juicy.
The algae. There we go. Put the seaweed.
That's crazy. Shammy's into my feet.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying they look juicy.
Yeah, okay.
Wake
We
up.
believe you, Shammy. You're not into it.
Wake up.
It's cooking the seaweed. Yeah, I should flip it
Wait.
because
You're
we
not
can't.
poking me in the right spot.
What? Wake up. I can't believe we're actually. Oh.
What are you two doing?
Stop looking at them.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just noticed we're using a gallon as a pillow. What the fuck?
Banga. Bangu. We need bangu.
Let's go. Oh,
Okay.
I'm
so
pretty
Wait.
sure you can make
what
ingots
the?
from that too.
Why would you take it out?
So I can't see the fire because I put it on the wrong way.
Guys, I need food. I'm gonna die.
There should
Wait,
be
I have
good
two
stuff.
packages. What I have?
Shelf.
I have a shelf and a rug. Oh wait, I forgot that we have to make it.
How much bangu do you got on that one?
I only have one.
The one that you collected from the thing, or
Yeah,
two
just
collected?
one.
Okay,
I
then
have
it's
one.
to one. The shark is
Yeah.
destroying. He destroyed.
No. I need to eat.
I mean, there should be. Yeah.
No, there's nothing here.
Really?
Yep.
I have a watermelon you can have.
Just let me die and put me in the bed. Put me on my deathbed. Oh, island. Wait,
You can go to Iceland while I'm cooking.
Isaac, stay there.
Oh, okay.
Pero cabrón, ven aquí. Mírame a mí.
Girl. Why
Acércate
are you
más.
looking at my feet? Space. Chammy's looking at my feet.
Acércate más.
Imagine being interested in another person's.
Space, you
Maybe be
fucking
interested
said
in my
you did.
feet.
No, you didn't want me to look at your feet.
Well, now I want to be the only. Get.
Okay, well, then jump over here. Let me look at them.
Move, Isaac.
Go ahead, you're there.
Yeah, I don't know if they're juicy. Oh, you have nail polish. Wait, why would you have nail polish in a stranded island? What the fuck?
I can't look my best.
Let me see your hands. Space, that's not...
I thought it would help.
Okay, your foot is on my face right now.
Don't you want that?
Oh, I can't tell. Yeah, we got them done. And you have makeup too?
Wait.
I
we
told you
have-
I'm trying to
okay.
look my best.
Okay. I have a copper ink. I have copper, and we need it for the circuit, and then we can craft the antennas and stuff.
I need food before I die.
Then
I literally tried to give you a watermelon.
I'm gonna die. I'm just gonna die.
go to the
We're
water.
still... Yeah, I was gonna say... Hey, Shark! You're getting lucky tonight for dinner. But let me get this off first, real quick.
Anna, I still only have 35,000.
No way. Well, that's what
Yeah,
happens
way.
to... When you...
When I what?
When you
When I
spam
what? When I-
kuligitaka.
When I interact with you?
Okay, actually help me because I just got a bunch of shit. I'm on the bottom of the fucking water. Oh my god.
There's a watermelon in the floor.
Yeah, I tried to give it to Shammy, but she didn't want it.
Oh my god. Okay, I found some stuff up here, so I'm gonna go back real quick.
Oh, this thing taking its sweet time to melt. Oh, there.
There's no way.
Yay.
No, stay away, please, stay away. Okay, I'm done. Can you get me? Please, I'm dead.
You're dead?
I'm fucking dead. Oh, shit, fuck.
What's wrong?
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
What happened?
she stretched.
Oh my god, I was cracking my neck. I've never had my neck cracked that good. What the fuck? It almost felt like it got out of place and back in place. Holy shit.
Did we remove the scarecrow or something?
No, the
It
bird
died.
killed it.
Well, damn, don't keep all the neck cracks to yourself. Crack my neck next. What the hell?
Can you guys hear this? Hold on. I'm cracking my fingers right now. Hold on.
I feel like I can barely hear it on Discord, but I think on stream it's probably a lot louder.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's all I can crack. I don't know why. I could crack my back. I mean, at least I can try.
I've stopped being able to crack my back. I don't know why.
Here, I'm gonna do it real quick, just because it's at the end of the stream, so I'm just gonna do it. Hold on. I wanna see if I can do it. I don't know if the mic's gonna pick it up. Okay. Oh. I don't know if you heard it.
The aftermath.
I don't know if you guys heard it.
No, but I heard the aftermath.
It feels so good. Whew. Okay. This is where I'm gonna stop, guys. My throat hurts.
Drink water.
I will. I have been. Thank you for blaming me.
Yeah, it was fun.
I wanna start doing this again every once a week at least whenever you guys can.
Yeah, it's really nice. I like it a lot.
It is. Wee. Wait, Mari, I want to see your toes because you're the man. You're the only man in here. Put them up here. Okay, well. Fuck you then.
No! It kicks everybody. Did you save it?
Oh my god.
No.
I think it saves every time a person's put into the bed.
No.
Let me just
Okay.
open it.
Time to hit load world.
Yeah, hold on,
It's
hold on,
okay.
hold on. I'm gonna kill myself.
No, it's okay.
I wasn't considering that. I'm so sorry.
It's just more of a reason to play again.
Oh man. I cracked my ankle earlier today, maybe 2 or 3 p.m. Yeah, I try to do that too. It feels good. Oh my god, I know. I
I can
think
only crack my knuckles when I'm angry. Otherwise, I can't crack them at all.
What?
Actually,
Hold on, wait. Wait. Okay, I can load it.
Check if it's actually the recent one.
But yeah, I think it's been like 3 hours since we started playing. Almost 4 hours. Holy shit.
those were like
I-
threes.
I know, I could do better. I hope it did. It's taking for fucking ever though.
I'm pretty sure every time I was in the bed, it would say like game saved.
Yeah, everything's how it was.
Oh,
Let's
depends on my
go.
inventory. Let me see if I have.
The raft is just here floating.
I mean, yeah, even the inket's still in there.
Yep.
Yeah, everything's in here.
I'm joining real quick. Wait.
Okay.
So we can learn like what saves the game as well if it's actually the bet.
Okay. I'm gonna save just in case.
Oh, you can
Hi,
manually save.
Gorilla. How are you? We're just chilling. We're about to end stream. I don't know who I'm gonna rate yet, but we'll figure it out. Oh my god.
Okay. Wait, let me see. Oh, why did I throw that up? What was that noise?
That was space.
Oh, I was yawning. My bad.
Yeah, I only lost one ingot, but that thing is there like for cooking. Oh, I just cooked.
Oh,
Okay.
space. Why you fucking die?
I'm sorry.
Okay, save the game. You can save it.
Let me just put her in the bed because she died. Space, wake up. Okay.
I clicked the button as soon as I could.
All right, get the fuck out of my world.
That's fucked.
Be mine.
Did you save
Yes.
before you
Are you sure
closed
that you
it?
click it?
I fucking saved.
Well, then
You
I'm
click-
gonna die the next time we load in.
No,
Save
you're
after you res
not.
me.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we did play this for like 4 hours. That's crazy.
It is crazy. Oh, okay. Let's see.
I'm tired.
Me too. Who should we raid? I have way too many people in here, guys. I kind of wanna let you guys choose who we raid.
Let's raid 0.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh. Gorilla, did you see the message I sent her? Adorable John Space. Tell me you're doing
Oh,
Going to bed after your end. I'm not gonna go immediately to bed because I have some things I want to do in Roblox real quick, like my dailies and whatnot. But right after that, I'm going to bed, bro. I'm dead.
Worm is also streaming from what I see here.
What?
You know Worm? You remember Worm or no?
Yeah. I know Worm.
She's also streaming. Yeah.
Worming.
Well, we can go to see her.
I'm gonna take that as a no. Oh, well. Yeah, we're gonna rate Zero, guys. Because Zero deserves it. He deserves love and support. And I love him. He's actually so fucking funny. Let me do the raid. You guys already know what the raid miss is gonna be. Oh shit, hold on. There we go. Show some love and support to Zero, please, guys. I love him so much. Give him a follow and say that he's a part of the Saggy Ball squads. And no, I'm not saying it because of you, Space. I promise.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Totally not. Not at all. 0 times. You didn't think about me at all during.
Okay. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow on stream. I don't know what time I'm gonna be streaming, but I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. It's gonna be a lot longer. But yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. I love you guys. Thank you, Isaac, Space, and Muddy for playing with me. It was a lot of fun. And yeah, I don't know what else to fucking say. Just blah, go, bye, bye. Love you guys.